Hey there guys, it's Metro and we are back. Back again. I gotta get started on early today because I want to get off and get some golf in this afternoon. But before we even do keys, I want to get this gear crafted finally. I've not done that yet. What's the name of it? Alchemist. Just gonna go ahead and get this trinket crafted at this point because it doesn't seem like we're getting the other trinket. Sustaining alchemist stone. We already have a lot of this stuff. Max, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How's it going? Early start? Oh yeah, good. I'm glad that those work well for you.
Farewell.
Anyway, let's go ahead and get this item crafted. Hey, Gio, welcome back.
We protect the Isles.
You would ask something of me?
Alright, so we need flasks. We already have. I'm probably not even going to use all the flasks I actually have, so we won't buy those. Primal. Convergent. 4. I don't even know what those things are. Created by alchemists. Okay. And then glowing. We've had a million of these. Glowing Titan Orb, we made a million of those. Those were really expensive in the very beginning of the expansion, and now they're 0. And then File of Elemental Chaos. Okay. And that's it. There's no optional reagents or anything like anything else.
My goods are crafted with great care.
$502. Wait, what? Did I? What am I missing her? Did I get the wrong? No. You have to put this in, that's why. There we go. Surely. Anyway, that always confused me. Alright, let's see. It should be it, right? Alright, cool. Hopefully that'll get done soon. Well, that's that. Alright, let's get started on keys then. Probably won't be a ton of stuff, unfortunately. Good chunk of verse. Yeah, that's a solid trinket. I know a lot of people probably look at that as a bad pick, but I'm very happy with that pick. Oh, Hall's 13. We do need that. And then we'll also sign up for Not Good if we can't get in that, because that can at least give us a shot at the trinket, which would be funny if we did get that now after all that. But surely we'll get invited to that. Fucking 400 points higher than that guy. Bullion next bullion purchase B. I'm probably not going to be getting any more bullions unless there's another dungeon weekly. Right now there's like multiple things competing for my free time, and yeah, doing the raid on LFR is not one of them. Is not winning. It's not winning. I got the helmet chant, and that's probably the last time I'll go into the raid at this point. Because I still want to try to get the trinket. The cheat death trinket, and realistically that's, I don't know, maybe I should not do that, but that would be a way bigger upgrade than any other item, I think. I mean, I don't even know what else there is to buy. I'm not sure there is anything else to buy other than a trinket. Tronin, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I gotta get an early start today because I want to get off around 2-ish. This is not the right place. Where do you buy it? Down there, I guess. Fire damage ring has good stats and around 2% free damage. Yeah, I get you. And it would go up to 535 as well, is that right?
This is your time.
The other problem I have is I don't actually have any like leeway on materials to use to upgrade it as well. Like I'm barely getting, I'm not even really capping each week at this point, so wouldn't really be able to upgrade anything for a long time. Oh, 528 only. Yeah.
I knew you would like
What are the stats on it? Not this. There's that cloak, that's no stats on it though. Yeah, so there's nothing else to even buy. Other than that ring or a trinket that I won't probably end up using.
Fair skies and strong winds.
That's a lot of verse though, yeah. Maybe. Is the other item? Oh, there it is. No, they're both. Oh, I see. It goes up to 14. This one only goes up to 12, huh? Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Dread plate trinket is also incredible defense. Yeah, I've heard. I've never owned that one or even seen it used. Cop, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Glad to see you, man. How the hell are you? Oops. As I always know, the early morning keys are very slim. Sign up to anything we can get into. Recovering, had a brush with illness Tuesday night, just taking it easy and working my way back. Oh, really? Well, I hope you feel better. My first Pokemon card sold, so all in a tizzy trying to get that figured out. I got the label printed and I got the card in the, you know, everything to send out. Got the envelope and everything, but I don't. First of all, I don't think I even have tape. I have to look harder, I guess. But second of all, I'm not sure if I should just use like regular Scotch tape or if that's not a good idea. So I want to watch some videos on it because everybody has those label printers, which I don't own and I really don't want to buy because they seem expensive. Let's see how much those are. eBay label printers. But I don't really have any space for it either. You can buy one from eBay. Yeah, they're like over $100 at absolute best. Algorithm, what's up, buddy? No, I didn't end up selling the Drowsy. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and take down the other ones, I think. I don't know that is that a good idea? I think I'm going to take it down though because I want to see what this whole process looks like before I start selling cards. Okay, the trinket's done. You can get it printed out for you at Staples. That's far. I don't want to drive 30 minutes to go to Staples. Definitely don't want to be doing that every time a $2 Pokemon card sells. So I put up a couple other cards that I thought would be easy to sell. I got a $2 Pikachu up there and the $2 I sold a Beedrill, a $2 Beedrill. Probably could have gotten a lot more for those cards, but I don't really want to. I just wanted to see the process, so I just wanted to sell something that wouldn't be a loss of money. I want to see the money come in as well. I want to see how long all this takes and how much they actually take of a small cut. When I sold my magic card, I doubled I double sleeve them and just send them with some bubble wrap. Oh, I got all the stuff I need to send them. I just don't know how to. Did you have a label printer, or like how did you? Like what did you do to send them specifically? Send them. It's like a ton of videos on sending and buying and purchasing and all this, but it's like not a lot of conversations on the actual niceties of sending it. You watch these videos and it's like, oh, you just wrote it? Oh, really? Yeah, I'm just gonna use because I got somebody to pay for shipping, so I can't write it, I don't think. Have to use the eBay label, I feel like. Oh, you're in Germany, yeah. Well, maybe it's only a United States thing, I don't know, but they have like this like tracking for plain white envelope shipping of cards on eBay now for 63 cents or something like that. So that was part of the purchase price for the person. And then with that, you get the label and you get tracking and I think like insurance or something like that. So I definitely don't want to just circumvent all that. That doesn't seem like the right way to do it. Stromy though, what's up, man? What are you up to? I just need to figure out how to affix the label to the plain white envelope because I don't have a label printer right now. But DK feels so smooth to play. Oh yeah. Did you hear that? Why would you not take that guy? What the hell? 3K Resto Shaman, he doesn't want it. Homesick? Some kind of crazy stomach bug. Oh, really? I actually knew a person who had like very bad stomach issues just the other day, so I wonder if that's somehow related. Here, normally if someone buys more expensive cards, he pays for insured shipping. Yeah, like I said, I got everything I need. I just need to figure out how to fix the printed out label. Because I don't have, like, basically, like, most people have these, like, label printers, and the label printer, like, it doesn't come with it, I guess. Then you have to buy, like, the label that gets, like, self-adhesive on the back of it or something. Not exactly sure how that part works, but... Clear packing tape over the whole paper label. You think that's what I would need? Because it's just like a... Wait, what's going on? You can just walk through that, okay. It's just a regular envelope. What's going on? It's like placement is bugged. Just use packing tape? Okay, so I need to buy packing tape. Yeah, I think like regular tape would be a good investment, I guess, right? Packing tape instead. I feel like packing tape's like kind of heavy and overkill for an envelope, don't you think? Or no, not really. It's literally just going out in an envelope, like. So like here, make sure you can see this. Okay, so envelope, card in the thing, goes in the envelope, fits like absolutely perfectly. Close the envelope, and then affix the giant ass fucking label to this. No, and definitely no Scotch tape. It's what UPS and FedEx use. One roll will send a ton of cards. Okay, so just look it up. So any brand that you would recommend me getting? Normally I stick the card on a piece of old cardboard. Yeah, I got the card saver things, so I'm just using those. Anyway, ready to go. The clear rolls of packing tape will be good. If you're shipping something important, it's worth getting a bigger, sturdy envelope. Yeah, I've been watching all kinds of videos on this, so I feel like I have that info. It's just everybody who just get any cheap packing tape. Okay. So let's look at that packing tape. Hopefully I can buy it around me because I really wanted to get this in the mail today because the holiday. I think I can get this at like I guess Walmart has it, looks like, yeah. Hey Griffin, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Dollar store will have it? Okay, cool. Those man on our shoulders have a terrible drop rate. Got 3 mounts already while farming them. 3 mounts? From where? I didn't even know there was 3 mounts from Garage. How do you get 3 mounts from Garage? Staples, Walmart, Target. Well, I'll have it. Sweet. I'll have to head up there. Oh, you got the same mount? What the fuck? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Yeah, like this here is probably good, right? Why can't I open this? I'll just do this. This like here, right? I don't know why I can't click on that, but... Good morning, everyone, and happy Friday. Thanks, man. Welcome. Indigo, welcome. I only have like so many. I think I have. Yeah, I only have 3 days to get this done, so I kind of feel like I need to go do this today. Especially because I don't have to. Especially because the holiday's coming up here. I want to try to get this shipped out today if I can. You playing more on Deviant Delight? Oh no, I won't be touching that. If I'm playing Classic, it's gonna be on my private server my self-made server thing.
New students, how wonderful! It has been quite some time since the academy.
Feeling better today? Honestly, I guess so. Yeah, I don't know what that was. I have like an absolutely horrendous headache, and I felt like I'd fall asleep at like any moment. It's really weird. Americans have a holiday weekend this weekend. Yeah, it's like the what's going on? I see you are a left enjoyer. People always throw a fit. I don't know. We did it on 14 yesterday and had no issues. This is the better route in my eyes, especially in a pug setting, because we can lust on all the bosses. Celebrating the coming of New York traffic. Why, people are trying to go to the beach or something? Did they go up there and aggro trash without me? Man, people are so clueless. We call it Driscoll Bridge, Benny Hill. I don't think you need lust for the tree boss. Yep, exactly. Lusting on the tree boss is bad. That one's the one that you don't need it on the most, because lusting would be done on the pull anyway, and that's not even the time when it would be the most valuable, so. Lusting on the other 3 bosses seems like a very good strategy.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Yeah, a lot of times lust is actually up for the start of the bird boss too. Ideally it wouldn't be. If it is, it means you're kind of moving a little bit slow through the areas. But if it is, it's not the end of the world, obviously, but then it baits people into using it early, which I don't think is the right choice.
It has been quite some time since students have been here. I'm just putting together my lesson plan.
I'm going to try your route. I mean, nobody's ever complained other than, I wouldn't even really call what just happened complaining. But every once in a while, people do dumb shit where they go aggro trash when the tank's not there. There's been some routes that I've done over the years that have not been great. That I've done just because I'm trying to avoid having to relearn routes in the middle of a season. This is not one of them. This is the better route for this dungeon on Tyrannical Week, one way or the other. Fortified Week, yeah, maybe you want to try to less trash instead or something. I could see that argument, but I still think it's the better route no matter what week, but no debate in my mind about Tyrannical Week. Everyone assumes tree boss first, gets from previous seasons. Yeah, maybe it's something like that, but I don't think... I think most people probably go there because they try to do like some crazy-ass trash pull. It's just like, you don't need to do that to time the keys, so I'm not doing it. It's just like a pad thing, really. I mean, it's like dangerous and pointless. Especially with Sanguine, it's unlikely to even... Like, you're probably gonna get a ton of healing. I think lusting tree trash is good value on Tyrannical Week. Why? What boss don't you lust then? Veximus? Or last? Is it last boss that doesn't get the lust?
Here we are. Long ago, members of the Blue Dragon Flight accidentally overloaded an arcane elemental and created a powerful
Veximus,
construct named
bird
Veximus that
last,
quickly started
bird
to
ALS last if you're too slow. 4 less. No, you're not getting 4 less.
Dragons battled Veximus fiercely, attempting to prevent it from
You
absorbing
don't lust last boss. Going Vex first is so troll for lust and CDs.
further out of control.
Going Vex first is so troll. Well, it worked very well in the 14 we did yesterday, so thanks for the tip. Lusting on tree trash on a high tyrannical key is a waste. Yeah, that's the way I feel like it.
And manifesting powerful arcane bombs in order to drive back the dragons.
I accidentally hit that guy, but I didn't think he was going to grab the orb. Can you AMS this? Yep.
As the dragons neared victory, Veximus unleashed its full arcane power against them.
Where are the 4 lusts going to come in, though? I don't get it. You're going to just be lusting on trash the whole way, surely. You only have 2-minute wiggle room, so you pretty much have to lust the second the dungeon starts, too, because it takes like at least 30 seconds to actually get all the trash and everything together.
You should study harder.
I don't like. So you're saying that like somehow you're perfectly lining up lust for those two bosses without. I guess I'd have to see it done, but I don't believe you honestly. You're getting there within seconds of lust being back up each time.
That is not what it says in the book.
Can you solo say fights easily with vengeance? Probably not as easy as Blood DK, but I'm sure they can, yeah. Haran, what's up, buddy? Welcome. When possible, can you check the Survival Hunter?
That is not what
You have to remind me, but I can, yeah.
that is not what it says in the book.
First comment I see turning in a stream. Oh wow, Survival Hunter. And then I see Survival Hunter die. It's funny. Okay, stop soaking these. Not gonna live through it anyway. Too much. Yeah, just wipe it up. I feel like this boss is a real pug killer. Yep. We can check the talents. Is that what you wanted to see? I know you wanted to see a set bonus or something. $483. So yeah, he's using tier. Wow, that's crazy. No wonder why I fucking died. I don't know, man. You guys are crazy if you're using fucking 483 gear at this point. How much health does that guy have? 1.1 million compared to the paladin. He's losing 200k health. Apparently their season 4 set is bad. Oh yeah. I guess the season 4 survival set is much worse than the season 3 set. Yeah, but you don't realize how much health you're losing. Alright. Disband. Nope, I think we're good. Anyway, there's our trinket finally. 525, that's the max, good. Some people say to run at season 3 blood or 2 and 2 on blood, but I've just been doing season 4. What are your thoughts? Armor and stamina over everything is my thoughts. The season 2 or like the 2 and 2 thing, that's like an offensive buff. There must be a point where the extra DPS gained from season 3 doesn't make up the difference of all that stam they get from season 4. Yeah, that key. The guy died, he claims he used his defensives and died through them, so yeah, maybe that key. I love the change to remix that you get good rewards from dungeons and scenarios. Yeah, that was a wild change. I recorded some episodes this morning. They'll be live tomorrow and Sunday. And we talk a lot about my thoughts on that in tomorrow's episode. Pretty much just do one dungeon and one scenario each day, and you get 5k bronze just from finishing it. And then on top of that, you're going to get a ton from actually doing it and getting the loot and vendoring all that too. So you're getting like probably like 5.5k bronze, maybe closer to 6k bronze just from doing 2 dungeons, which take like 30 minutes total. Pretty crazy. Hunter and Warlock. Even at max eye level, season 4 set, DPS is still trash. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. There's more than just DPS to consider in Mythic Plus, that was the problem. Alright. We'll just stop there. I mean, I could put that guy's name on the sheet, honestly, but at the end of the day, it's a mutual disband there, I think. Yeah, and the more gear you get, the quicker it goes, too, so it won't even take 30 minutes. DPS go burr? No, DPS go splat. You didn't watch the dungeon, I guess. Alright, let's see what else we got. They're not gonna invite me, but we'll sign up. Otherwise, we can do a more knockout, I guess. So now that we have that trinket on, we're finally 521. How much extra verse did that give us from last season's trinket? None. 730 up to 8. Okay, so it's only 100 more, but still. Sorry, doing 12 different things. I assume you went splat from the conversation and the word survival hunter. Nah, I was just joking around about not watching it. They really gotta sort this disband easily shit. Just don't know how they can with no repercussions. Well, they talked about doing something in season 3. They didn't say any specifics, but they say like, oh, it's on our radar kind of thing. So that's good. At least maybe next expansion there'll be something. I made multiple videos on what I think they will do. I made a few videos on what I think they should do. TLDR, what I think they'll do is probably make a solo queue. Like the mythic, like the PvP thing. A whole different game mode for pugging only. Especially now that we've seen Plunderstorm and Mop Remix. Like at first, people were like, that's a very aggressive change from Blizzard. And I was like, yeah, I guess you're right. But now that we see that they're like willing to think outside the box. Yeah, they're probably doing that. Like that's now very securely my thought on what they're going to do. But what I would prefer they do is instead add a currency that you get from completing the dungeons. Or they don't even need to add one now. We have a currency that you get from completing the dungeons. And I think it would actually be pretty balanced if that same currency was used for both upgrading your gear and this. But anyway, said currency would then be used in 3 ways. One, a very small amount to re-roll your key, which then, you know, they would have to get rid of the re-rolling thing over here, or at the end of the dungeon, that is. A medium amount to protect your key, so to give you a shot to put the key in and not go down. And then a high amount to upgrade your key. And then it would encourage people to be potentially running keys simply for completion and not just score. Because then they'd be able to use said currency for their own progression outside of this key. So like, I don't need this, whatever, not any of these dungeons, but like, I don't need this dungeon, right? But I'm going to sign up to it because I need the currency for my key. So I'm now encouraged to run other people's keys through to completion so I can protect or potentially augment my own progression. Like on top of getting score, you know what I mean? And then that would encourage people to actually finish keys, even if they don't have score. The rewards would be potentially more valuable than the score would be to them. And I think that's the right way to solve it, one way or the other, is to make it so score doesn't go away, there's no lockouts, there's no fucking, you know, whatever people want to say about penalties or lever punishment. Like, they don't all, none of them sound great. The best way to handle it is to make it more attractive to finish keys than to just time keys. That's the right way to solve it. Because right now this is an incentive-based issue. People do not feel like there's any reason for them to finish keys. If you change that, then they will feel like it is the only thing to do. And that's what I would want to see Blizzard do. Maybe they're collecting data right now. I mean, I think they have all the data they need. They're probably, you know, working on the fix, if anything. Yeah, punishment would be good, but that would require a system like the solo queue thing, like I said. You can't punish people without... There has to be rules about forming the group before there are rules about ending the group. Because as of right now, there's not even rules that you need 5 people in the dungeon. You know what I mean? So, like, you certainly... It would be totally unfair for it to be possible to make a group of 4 people and go do the dungeon, and then have a group of 5 people and somebody leaves, and now you have a group of 4 people, but that one person who left, he gets punished for it. You know, like, that's not how it's going to work. So there has to be rules about forming the group before there can be rules about ending the group. And in order for there to be rules about forming the group, I think they would have to invest in some kind of solo queue system. And that would change Mythic Plus, like, irrevocably so. Punishment won't encourage to even run Mythic Plus? Yeah. Well, I mean, we're not trying to solve it. Like, the problem isn't getting more people to do Mythic Plus. The problem is getting more people to finish keys. So, the punishment would encourage people to finish keys, at least, which I think is more productive than anything. But they've been collecting data since 2016. I feel like the disbanding problem has gotten a lot worse over time. Oh, it's way worse. Yeah. Like, even in BFA Season 4, which is a pretty volatile season. We still have stats on that, right? Let's see. Yeah. That was a pretty volatile season, and we still only had a 37% disband rate back then. And then look at, like, subsequent seasons. Season 4... or Season 1 of Shadowlands, which is one of the worst seasons ever for our, like, actual player power. 28% only. Season 2, which is the season I fucking rage quit in because of how many disbands were going on. 28% only. Season 4, the worst that we've ever had in terms of any single dungeon causing havoc for us. 57%. That's a lot, right? Well, not really when you look at Dragonflight. 57 isn't even our highest. 54. Actually, okay, 57 is our high. Right at the end, I guess we must have got a lot, because at one point this was up to 60%. Season 3, but yeah. As you see, it is clearly getting worse. And if everybody kept their stats like that, then we would have a much clearer picture to be able to show Blizzard, you know? I think it would be cool if keys had a league ranking system. Lose rating for not timing keys, gain for timing. If someone leaves, no one is punished but the leaver, and it's drastic for them. Yeah, that you haven't thought that fully through. So okay, like, giving you the benefit of the doubt, maybe you have thought this fully through. How do you gain back score that you lose if it's a progression system? Right, because, like, let's put it this way. If leaving keys lost you rating, and you left, say, 10 keys a week, but you only upgraded 5 keys a week, what is your score going to look like at the end of the week? Are you going to have lost all your score, or do you have some system in place that somehow you're still going to be gaining score in that case? Because at this rate, more people are leaving than succeeding, so... Like, we have far more disbands than actual upgrades. So if anybody lost score, regardless of how that happened, I would have 0 score right now. 90% of people will never reach Keystone Hero if you lose score. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just not... It's not the same system. The difference, especially comparing it to League, that you're not understanding is, like... Going down makes you go down against the ranking of your opponents as well. So for those systems to be equal, you would have to lose score if you fail the key, and then you'd have to go upgrade it on 13 again. You know what I mean? Like, if I have a 14 and we failed it, then I'd have to go do it on 13 again. And then if I fail that, then I'd have to go do it on 12 again. But you'd never be able to lose, like, a flat amount of score for not finishing a key. Because there's no rating equivalent to that. Like, There's no way to say like, all right, well, how skilled are you now? Something clicked in people's brains and score became really, really important to people that will never get close to the title. Like they need it to find a girlfriend in game. Yeah, that's just the influencer culture in this game though. That's what I've been like, this is all because of the top end proliferating down into the bottom end. It's really unfortunate. I think the same thing you are praising Blizzard for making keys more punishing is contributing to this. No, not even close. Keys are not any more punishing at this end. We were talking about the low end. That was the conversation about 2s, not 14s. You would lose score if you decide in a pre-made to stop the key and run another. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, the whole system would have to be changed for any of this to work, but... Do you play any Brewmaster? No. I wouldn't mind that if a mutual disband would not cost rating. Everybody votes to disband and you can leave with no penalty. And that would require them to do like a solo queue system, you know? It is. Okay, let me reread your comment because it seems like you've either said something you didn't mean to say or you're... Yeah, let's just stop on that. You said, I think the same thing you are praising Blizzard for. So you're saying something I'm saying, that I'm praising Blizzard for making keys more punishing, is contributing to this. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not praising Blizzard for making keys more punishing on the key levels I'm doing. I'm saying that on the low levels, players are forced to learn from the ground up. Every key they do, they are now forced to learn in. That is what I'm praising Blizzard for, quote unquote. And that is helping the game, not hurting the game. And either way, has nothing to do with people disbanding a 14. The behavior in the low keys feeds into the higher keys. No, it doesn't. What prevents them from shucking on a vote to disband in its current state? The fact that there's no rules about how many people need to be in the dungeon. They can't have rules about ending the dungeon without there being rules about starting the dungeon too. The keys feel great now. I think they got it spot on this season. Yeah, that was definitely the right choice for sure on their end. Doesn't even need a punishment if the reward is worth finishing the dungeon. Right, that's what I'm saying. That's, you know, you agree with me obviously on that, yeah. Just make it so the incentive of Mythic Plus is not just score, it's actually finishing the dungeon one way or the other. However they do that. Such as mandating 5-man, that's a fine common sense change. It's not a change though, it like requires a system. That's what I'm saying. Like right now, making a Mythic Plus group is just the same forming of any party. I can invite you to a group and we can go put my key into the dungeon and go do it. That's like the only requirements are that you're in a party or less. That's it. You can't be in a raid group. That's the only requirement. And that's just because of how instance works. Like that's not even anything to do with Mythic Plus. So in order for there to be rules about ending that, because like I just said before, I guess you weren't here, but think about it, right? Like if you can start a group with 4 people, then why would it be all right to have a group with 5 people and somebody leave, and now you have 4 people, but the guy who left gets punished, right? Like that's not fair. So there has to be some rigid formation mandate, and that's going to require a queuing system, because otherwise that's just not how instances work currently. It needs to be the LFD instances that we get forced into when you do any queuing content. A 1-day penalty for Mythic Plus? Nah, that's never going to work. Surprised no one has said the but then people would hostage the key for 3 hours argument. Yeah, that gets brought up for some reason. I always tell the people who are like, they would like leaving, they want to leave, as they bring up those weird like obtuse arguments. With penalties, people probably will leave the game. Blizzard, once they're subbed, I believe that is why they don't punish. I think it's more perfunctory than that. Like, they don't punish because there's no current way to punish that would be actually working. Right, that's what I'm saying. If anybody actually did what everybody thinks people would do regularly, like, it would, like, they would be outed as the biggest scumbags in the game instantly. Like, there would be videos and Reddit threads on these people constantly. No, they would never be able to play the game again. At best, that's social. At worst, they'd be fucking banned. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a counterpoint. I don't know why people bring this up. If somebody held the key hostage, the community would rally around that, and they would be punished by that. Just like the guy who tried to sell the end completion thing. Like, you guys saw that on Reddit last summer, I'm sure. This guy basically did an entire run and then said, I will not finish this run unless you give me gold. And there was like fucking videos and Reddit posts and fucking New York Post articles and shit. Like, this isn't happening. Nobody's gonna be doing this, and the very few sociopaths that do it are going to be pushed out so instantly. It would be easier to just put a reward to finish than trying to consider all the possibilities for someone leaving a key. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The easiest and most successful way, not only easiest, but the most successful way, is to simply get there to be a higher incentive to finish the key than just get the key upgraded. I think the WoW community rallies more around toxicity than anything else nowadays. What do you mean by that? People tried to hostage a key in season for like 50k gold. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Remember when people tried hostaging a key for gold? Yeah, it was like literally like, yeah. And that was like front page news. Like, that's what I'm saying. That shit ain't happening.
4, 3.
How much of a gold reward would you need to stay in a key? Nah, we're not talking about gold. It needs to be a progression system. Something that can impact your success, because that's clearly the only reason people do keys. Like, almost nobody does keys for fun, as you can see very clearly in the way people play the game now.
These whelplings perceive anyone not of my blood as a threat.
So gold and like ancillary stuff that's not related to progression, that's just a half measure. Like, there's no reason to even consider those options. They might work for some people, but they're not going to work for the people who are currently causing the issues. So they're not considered in my eyes. People already selling carries and remix. That's so sad, man. Remix has got me all fucked up, man. I was like literally like, I was like really all upset about it, man. It's so sad. It's such a fun version of the game, but the people are just fucking killing it, man. It's making me feel like how I feel like about Classic, and I really don't want to feel that way. Making me like not even want to ever see another person in Remix now after all this nonsense.
Beware.
Yeah. The WoW, unfortunately, the WoW community is the worst part of the game right now, and it seems to get worse every day, really. But wonder if something's related to current bullion will work as a reward. I don't think gear. If you're talking about like something gearing related, I don't think gearing related is a good idea, because eventually that stops being the goal for people.
Beware.
It's funny how the community is destroying Remix and then turns around and says that the bulls are doing it. Yeah, it's all fucked up, man. I don't even want to think about it. It really pissed me off. Making me very unhappy, and I don't want to think about stuff that's making me unhappy.
Delving into my vault. They do not understand the dangers within, nor the powers they meddle with.
How are people ruining Remix? By basically like trying to twist conversations about the incentives into value-based conversations instead of simply like reward-based. Like basically the conversations continue to break down into I am not as powerful as other people, and that is not fair because I play the game, not any other, like, there's nothing else to talk about there. Like, people just want to log on and be powerful. Even if you consider the frogs and all the other shit that they've nerfed cheating, like, which it's clearly fucking not cheating, by the way. Like, anybody who says that's a fucking idiot. It's obviously not cheating to kill fucking mobs in a video game that has mobs. But regardless, even if you feel like it is cheating, that person still spent hours of their life doing it. If you spent hours of your life doing it too, you'd be a lot more fucking powerful than you are right now. But these people won't do that. The people who are complaining are not playing the game. And Blizzard is fucking listening to them. It's really sad. It really is depressing because it really, yeah, so far it hasn't had any negative impact on me. But hearing people get fucking, and Jix has said this a lot, but I've heard this from a lot of other people too. That they are getting, you know, in arguments with people in dungeons and shit. Because they say, like, cheated and they're, you know, they're too powerful and it's breaking the, it's like, this is really bad. It feels like, I said it on the episodes of Remix I recorded this morning, which will be live tomorrow on the second channel and Sunday on the second channel. It feels like there's, like, gonna be, like, a riot over this shit. And there's absolutely no reason for anybody to be upset whatsoever. It is a pure entitlement coupled with some really bad communication from Blizzard. This is not in any way a problem, and nobody should be upset about this. Yeah, and this is wrong. What you just said is wrong. Normal people who farm 8 hours a day will never reach them. That is incorrect. Why do you think that? Where are you getting this information from? There was no barrier to entry for frogs. The frog farming was there for literally 2 days and anybody could have did it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Played the remix normally. All the story and did all the achievements except heroic rate and still can't compete with froggers. You don't need to. It's not a game where you need to compete with other people. That's not the game mode that is. It's not going to be a MDI and MOP remix.
Beware.
Can't even join raids. Yes, you can. Just start your own group.
Beware.
People still have the right to complain and vent if they think it's imbalanced. But they're not venting, they're just complaining. That's the problem. It'd be one thing if you're actually having something happen to you and you're venting about it happening to you, but the things that were, like, literally just got said in my fucking chat. People are just, like, straight up lying. Like, what are you guys even talking about? People are just not playing the game, and they're still complaining about it, and it's making the game worse, and this is really frustrating. Because the game is fucking excellent, and I don't want it to get worse. I am enjoying it, and I do not want them to keep changing shit just based on these people who aren't even playing it.
No sign of the sundered flame here. Come this way.
Yeah, that's, I don't necessarily believe it's the exact same people complaining about both, but it's not a competitive mode. Why are people worried about frogs?
The location of my
I have no idea. It's because this is the game's culture nowadays. People would rather fucking complain about shit than actually just go play the game and get better at it.
What effects it will have on your mortal form. Do out for the growth of extra appendages.
Yeah, this is pretty difficult with Sanguine here. I gotta be ready for this.
Beware.
Not threaten something? Good sphere there, whatever. Yeah, we're just talking about remix again, yeah.
Beware.
Yeah, this is really bad. Yeah, we're gonna wipe here. Well, we haven't lost Purgatory yet. The big reason this is so dangerous is because this mob forces me to run away from it all the time. To try to grip a mob out here so I can still death grip. Alright, we dropped our stack, so that's good.
Beware.
Yeah, the Lesser Charm thing was stupid on Blizzard. That was stupid on Blizzard's part. They should have never had that be the case. That was really like, they had no insight if they thought that was a good idea. Lesser Charm should not be giving you bronze, honestly. But now that they made it so you can't really farm the Lesser Charms, then that's a good compromise. I'm fine with that instead. But now you only get Lesser Charms from like dailies and some certain content.
Beware.
How much stronger are the people that did those versus those who didn't? See, and that's why the conversation is so difficult to have, because you assume that's the only way to actually get power in it, even if you don't mean to do that. That's what your comment is saying. But there is not just one way to get power in Mop Remix. There's a million ways to play the game, and they all give power. So if you actually put in the hours, you would be that powerful too. The frogs were not anything special other than the few hours that they gave the charms. People just played a lot. And there are ways to play a lot and do things that are healthy and still be absurdly powerful. So if your question is somebody who spent 3 days played already playing the game and never did frogs once versus 3 days played playing the way the game might more normally be played, the difference is almost nothing. Very minimal.
Beware.
Especially because of stat DRs and this now known cap on certain stats in the cloak. But yes, obviously the gap doesn't matter because there's no competitive content in the game, so you are not competing against other people. One of my buddies did frogs for an hour and got enough bronze for all mounts and most of the mogs. I don't believe you.
Beware.
How much do the mounts cost? Don't the mounts cost like 40k each? So you're saying this guy got 1 million bronze in an hour? You can just play with your guild who didn't farm frogs and it'll be normal. Yep. To be honest, 1 hour is not enough. No, not even close. Oops. Almost missed a shot here. One hour was like 350k to 400k bronze. Yeah. That's nowhere near enough to buy all the stuff. So he didn't have to buy most of the stuff. That's why he was able to do that. So if he did not do the frogs, he could have also gotten enough to buy it in a very short period of time too.
Beware.
The thing that was variable about the frogs and still is about farming is actual gear drops. That's what's so variable about it and what makes the numbers so volatile and so difficult to predict. Because you need to actually get gear to drop in order to get good bronze per hour from these farms. Because if you say never got a single piece of gear from any of these farms, you wouldn't get anything at all. The bronze from looting the mobs is not that high. It's all about getting the double dipping bronze, where you get bronze and you get loot. And then before, you would also get the box from the charms. So you're triple dipping. And that's why it was so ridiculous. But they fixed that very quickly. They made it so you can't get charms. That was Sunday night, so 4 days into it. I've been playing daily since it came out. Almost all zones finished. Working on town long steps and still have the heroic dungeons. I only have made 105k bronze. Gotcha. You haven't done a lot of farming, I guess, huh? He said all mounts and mobs because he didn't expect anyone to call him on it. Yeah. Welcome to Conversations about World of Warcraft.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
It's all good, Chris. I don't mean to attack you, but yeah. No offense to you, but like those conversations are why this game sucks right now and why I'm upset about it. Because people are just straight up lying about shit to try to make their point stronger. And whether you did that on purpose or not, whatever, I don't care, honestly, but yeah, this is why these conversations are so difficult to have. Because there's no actual facts about any of this shit, and everybody's just basically lying about shit to try to make their position sound stronger. And it's just really I mean, you can't have a conversation like that. And what's worse is Blizzard's listening to it and be like, oh, great, we'll change things.
Beware. Beware.
My recommendation to you and anybody else,
Beware.
just go have fun and play the game. Whatever way you play the game, you will be able to get everything you want if you play it regularly for any length of time, I promise you. You will have absolutely no issues getting everything you want. Wowhead is enabling it by constantly reporting the new farms. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. Wowhead is also like clickbaiting people. At least I have to say they changed their article title, which I have no idea why they titled it that in the first place, but they did change their title. I got one shot.
Beware.
Should have realized. Thought I would be able to survive the first hit. This fight is the hardest hitting mob in the game right now.
Beware.
But yeah, basically, Wowhead's definitely contributing to it for sure. For 4 days, people got triple rewards. I gotta pay attention here. This ain't going well. But yeah, there's no real difference between anybody who did that and just did something else during that time with the same veracity. But instead we're having conversations about people who are barely playing or doing things that are not high yield reward. And then saying like, oh, well, these guys got that, where I only got this. It's like, you didn't even try. Like, did you try? Like, did you sit there and farm mobs for 4 hours that weren't frogs? Because if you didn't do it, like, you can't really compare the two. There are plenty of mobs that can be killed out in the world that are valuable to kill. Outside of the whole situation with the charms of good fortune or lesser charms of fortune or whatever, there's nothing inherently better about any of those spots now. People just don't try. And I don't blame them. I do not want to fucking farm mobs either. It does not sound fun to me. But obviously that's the best way to get power. Like, why would you think it's not?
Beware.
Every enemy in the game drops something, and when every enemy in the game drops something and you can kill enemies as fast as we're killing enemies, it's obviously going to be faster than doing quests. I've been playing a lot. I don't feel like I'm far behind. I've done a few heroic raid bosses with my boys, and we all have decent item level gear just playing. Yeah, I mean, most people probably don't even recognize that they're far behind if they're not comparing each other, if they're not comparing themselves to each other, because the content's so fucking easy mode that there's nothing to be behind on. Like, enemies out in the world that you would potentially kill for quests or even dailies or something like that, I nearly one-shot them half the time I fight them. If shit is, like, if I have CDs up, the mobs die with my CDs. They don't need to be fought. Like, there's no need for more power. I'm already as powerful as I would ever need to be for what I'm doing. But there's hundreds of thousands of more strength that I can still get. So I haven't done a mythic raid or anything like that, obviously, but a vast majority of the stuff that you can do in the game rewards you a certain way. And all of that content is easy enough that no matter what power level you have, you will breeze through it. And not only breeze through it, but destroy it. Like, it's easier than any WoW world content ever. With very minor amounts of play. Like, I checked the other day, I'm pretty sure I'm like a one day like 6 hours played. And mobs get killed in with one spell.
Beware.
I don't know about the raids. Like I said, I've never done them, but you don't need to do it. I mean, what's the difference on doing it on heroic and normal? Like, why do it on heroic instead?
Beware.
Oh, that's this fight.
Beware.
The thing that gets me the worst though is like this is basically classic 2. Like, it's the same shit. 99% of the content is fucking face roll farm easy mode, and people are sitting here comparing each other. Like, if they're somehow like losing because they're not powerful. It's just like actually the exact same reasons why I stopped playing classic and stopped enjoying classic. It's really sad to see that in a retail product. I thought we were immune to that here, but unfortunately. Remix is breaking barriers. What do you think is the worst tyrannical boss for pugs this week? The frog boss, yeah. The frog boss has been the worst one for us.
This door. I sense a breach behind it. The sunlit flame must be this way.
Tear this place apart if you have to. I will expose whatever secrets she locked away within these vaults.
Telash must not break the final seal. The consequences will be dire. Please, hurry.
I don't think many fully know how it works, including myself. He's supposed to eat the small frogs. The small frogs die when he eats them, but he doesn't need to eat them. He needs to eat at least one player, though. And so the tank should get hit by that always. If he doesn't hit at least one player, he enrages. The problem I have, neither of those have been the reason we've had trouble with it. People constantly just kite the frogs around in like circles so they never get killed. And then that just like creates havoc on that fight. It was mostly a joke when you asked that question. That was one of the easiest fights in the game in Season 2, and now somehow it's causing all kinds of problems. I think they've made it harder to heal as well. But realistically, that fight is not hard. And then people getting body slammed too. Yeah, that's definitely not good. You don't want to see that either. Half the time the tank is chasing the frogs. Oh, really? Like he's not even soaking it? I've certainly failed that many times over the years, but it's normally because it's just like a habit to just not stand in mechanics. Didn't the frog bots have a poison dot? That's from the frogs hitting people, you know? The frog definitely does more damage than it did in Season 2. Like, it's harder to heal now than it was then, I think, but I don't think that's the primary reason why I've seen it fail recently. There's been a couple deaths because, like, a couple frog melee people, and then they die to the actual healing, though. A-Bomblin works on them, yep. But it's not up for everyone, obviously. The Spear Boss in Eltheris is hard on healing. Yeah, that one is a pretty bad one too. There's a couple answers that are real answers, but I just gave a fake answer to that question. Obviously, a lot of bosses are very hard. I mean, this last boss, you're going to see this is a very hard boss. When we did this earlier in the week and upgrade to 14, it was because people were seriously ready for it. But I could easily see you wiping this boss. People are not taking it serious. The big thing that people suggested the first time we did this, lust on the second set of ads. And that is totally true, because lusting on the pole is such a bad, it makes everything harder on the fight. Because then everybody's going to use all their CDs on the fucking nothing, like literally the phase where nothing happens. And on top of that, it's going to push the boss fast, so you're going to have 2 sets of ads back to back. So any CDs that are up for the first set definitely won't be up for the second set. Makes the fight harder to lust on the pole. Eltheris is probably the worst this season. No, I mean, obviously Uldaman is the one with the hardest bosses, and it has 5 bosses. There's just a couple hard bosses in some dungeons like Neltharius. Uldaman's the one that we've had the most trouble with boss-wise. Obviously that last boss is ridiculous, but that's... The question was like, on Tyrannical Week, what's the hardest boss? And that question could be answered by saying the last boss of Uldaman. But that boss is hard even on Fortified Weeks, so it doesn't really make... Like, Tyrannical does not make that fight much different. It's just a very hard fight to heal, and if you don't have people to read him off the debuff that does so much damage, it gets incredibly difficult. I noticed the spear boss DPS just to refuse to move. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop moving. That's the way after doing it yesterday and I was wiping to it, it made me realize like I need to just stop moving. Because if I stand still, I won't die. If I stand, like, on my end, I will die if I move more times than I will die if I stand still. And me dying is a wipe. But if I stand still and nobody breaks the chains, the likelihood of wiping to that is extremely low comparatively. Because they would have to not move the chains for like 30 seconds. It's not that long probably, but it was a serious chunk of time. So the likelihood that somebody just moves the chains after like 10 seconds of standing still is higher than me not, you know, whatever I'm trying to say. The cost analysis there is clearly better to just stand still, even if it makes the fight harder for the DPS. Because their mistake will not wipe us, where my mistake will. As Demon Hunter Death Knight, you can't really afford to move away, yeah. I just can't be out of range. He does an incredible amount of damage, so I need to be able to discard and generate resources. That would require DPS to do mechanics. Yeah, they'll have to figure it out. It's them figuring it out is going to be easier than me dying, than me not dying when I'm not in range. As a healer, I've gotten blamed for last boss so many times in bad groups because either no one is hitting hardened crystals, or we burn CDs unless at the start. Yeah, that's going to happen a lot, and it's a bigger DPS issue than it is a healing issue, obviously. If the crystals don't die, you can't heal through that. So if anybody's trying to blame you for not healing through that, they're not aware of how the fight works. But, yeah, I mean, the rest is hard to heal anyway. I love the last boss here as a fire mage. I never have to switch targets because of ignite spread. Oh, you don't have to target the main target. Finally got the legendary on Old Blood Death Knight. Wait, on the Old Blood... You mean like the actual axe? Nice. When did you start trying to get it? Did you only just start trying to get it in Season 4? I'm wondering if there's any type of catch-up now that Season 4 is out. Looks like the Warlock pets pulled the boss there. Just mustard. Ketchup, get it. Clever. Ketchup's better than mustard? No. Wait, I know why you think that. You put it on everything. Ketchup's fucking disgusting. I would only ever use ketchup for a sauce that needed an extra, needed what ketchup can provide. Ketchup is like mostly sugar. It's actually disgusting. I would only ever use mustard in that way, yeah. I mean, obviously not everybody likes mustard. I know a lot of people hate mustard, like Raikyon. He hates mustard, but mustard's at least healthy. Like, it's not just like processed shit. A1 best sauce? I've never really had A1 like steak sauce. I've never. What is it? What is it made of? What is it? To be fair, last boss in Vault is never really healer's fault. The DPS doesn't even use their defensives. Where do you need defensives in here? I'm not even sure. I love A1 steak sauce. What do you put it on? Like besides steak? Is it literally only like why is it a steak thing? I don't get it. Oh. Oh, we listed. Okay, we listed properly. Yeah. Or did we? No, we didn't. We listed on the first set of ads, which is not what I asked him to do. Very savory. Sriracha BIS. That's tier 1, number 1 on my eyes, yeah. And I've been talking about this a lot, but I bought Dustin Poirier's hot sauce. It is fucking hot, but my god, is that the best thing I've ever... Like, it's one of the best things I've ever tasted. Put A1 steak sauce on everything except steak, chicken, deer, and pork. Put it all on that stuff. What is it though? I don't know what it is. It's not barbecue sauce, I guess, right? Right, that's what I'm saying. I would never put. That's why I've never had it, because I don't know why you would put sauce on steak. Like, it's already. If you have to put sauce on steak, you probably don't like steak. Spicy ketchup? What, sriracha? No, there's no sugar in sriracha. Or if there is, it's very, very low. Oh, A1. Wait, A1 spicy? Really? I didn't even know that. I would go through phases where I really love chipotle sauce, but I would have to say no. The best sauce ever is salsa. Salsa sauce? I don't think so. Chipotle flavored Tabasco. That sounds good, yeah. It's very different from barbecue. It's spicy, but not hot spicy. Oh, it's like, you mean like, what's that stuff? We got 1 point, nice. It's like horseradish or something?
He knew that wild magic was dangerous.
It's not spicy in terms of hot. I'm using it spicy as a descriptor. Oh. Congrats on 1 point, yeah. A1 sauce is really salty, getcha. Tangy? Maybe. I had it a little bit. I went to Longhorn and put a little bit on the steak, and I didn't like it, and I just stopped. And after, I've never had it besides that or before that. So I don't even know what it tastes like. I was like, the steak is good. I don't need, like, I didn't need that.
I was a mother as well. Please, leave me to mourn.
Okay, Dick's Priest. My cousin eats all his food with something called Moore's buffalo sauce. Oh yeah, even like soup. When the crystals come, you need to use defense. The hardened one hurts so much. Yeah, you're right. I didn't realize that. Sorry, I missed a ton of comments before because we were doing the content. Jackie Thomas said, did you find playing Blood DK and Mop Remix to be fun? Did you try any of the heroic scenarios? Yeah, I've done all the stuff. I'm doing a 100% playthrough on my second channel. Blood DK is very fun in Mop Remix for sure. How many keys done till now? Oh, you can check out the spreadsheet. It's in the description if you want to see all that. Like, you mean just today? This is the second one? Alright. A lot more keys listed now, good. Halls. If we can get Halls and Olderman, that'd be really good. Especially Olderman, like, we don't have a 13 on either week. But Halls we know is very easy. We should have no issue with this one. Just need the bosses to die and it's an upgrade. It's a good looking character. Female dwarf's kind of growing on me, honestly. They have some very nice faces. Like, they're very good hair and nose and everything. It's weird. I used to never play female characters, and now I feel like I prefer them in a lot of races. Especially female Blood Elf. My god, is that so much nicer animation-wise. Male Blood Elf has the worst animations of any spec in the game, I feel like. I don't know that I've ever played a male Blood Elf as like a hunter. The caster animations are alright. Like the mage type animations. The Holy Pally animations were awful, but female Night Elf animations are really good. They're the best in the entire game. Female Night Elf animations, especially on a hunter or a priest, are the best. Like, those are tier 1, number 1 in my eyes. What would you say are the top 3 Mythic Plus dungeons of all time? My favorite ones, or the ones that I think are the best made and most, like, good for Mythic Plus overall? Because those would be different answers. Do you exclusively pug keys? Yes. I've said this for a year. Female Tauren has the best hunter animations. I do like female Tauren. That's growing on me too. Female Dwarf and female Tauren I like thought were just jokes. Like, I would never even think about it, and now I look at them as really good. I generally prefer male toons, but on Draenei, I don't really like the male form. It's actually wild how different the male and female Draenei look, right? Like, they're basically a different race. I don't think any other race looks that different. Maybe Pandaren, too. Pandaren's kind of different. Your top 3 personal favorites. Okay. Court of Stars, Azure Vault, Halls of Atonement. Halls of Atonement was one of my favorite dungeons ever, and I also think it's one of the best made dungeons ever. But it had a great, like, we had great affixes during it. The affix that allowed you to skip shit, that's a big part of it. So that is not probably one of the top 5 dungeons of all times without that kind of thing. Because that dungeon's trash was kind of a mess. But yeah, like Motherlode is similar, but because there's so much wiggle room, it makes it a lot more, like, that's a higher up one on the list. Any dungeon where you have a lot of like options to pull and be creative, one of the better dungeons of all time. I really like Soli's Gambit. It really grew on me. Tazavesh is another top one for me. I never really liked Gambit though. Gambit looks good on paper, but then you realize like how bad that Murloc area can be with certain affixes and certain difficulty. The dogs in the Halls of Atonement, yeah, they trucked, yep. Court of Stars was lit. By the stars, you mean? Or it was a very good one because all the items, I like that kind of stuff. I think those are good for Mythic Plus as well, but I think a lot of people probably don't like them, so. I got hard baited by a Black Money Auction House container last night. Opened it and got the ZG Panther. For like 3 seconds, I thought it was the tiger. It's unfortunate. The Panther is the one that's still in the game currently, right? That's why I like Gambit. I found out that Necrotic maxes out at 99. Yeah. Did you like the different weapons in Necrotic Wake? I like that. Like I like that kind of stuff. I know a lot of people probably don't, but I like that kind of stuff. Back at the fucking, so I don't know, something's wrong. No, this is crazy though, dude. When I woke up yesterday, I come outside and there's all this like white like slumps of shit on the ground outside of our house. Like not on the property, but on the street. And I'm like, what is that? And we're talking about it, I'm like, I think that's paper. It looks like wet, really wet and just like dismantled pieces of paper. And then like 2 hours later, they're here dredging the sewer and they got the sewer things open and shit. I'm like, bro, is that fucking toilet paper all over the fucking road? It must be. And then what's worse is because of the natural pitch of the road, it all ran down into the car lot down here. Which is like, their fucking car lot is filled with toilet paper. Wet, like destroyed toilet, I guess. I mean, I don't know what that is, but it's like little slumps of white that look like paper all over the road. And all now like a ton all in the car lot down here. Like, I don't know what that is, but I mean, sue? Like, I would maybe, like I would be suing if it was my business. That's like gotta have fucked up the business. Like, nobody wants to go there when there's fucking toilet paper all over the ground, surely. I prefer the little bits of white stuff that still occasionally fall from the sky around here. You have toilet paper falling from the sky, is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's one way to toilet paper a house, yeah. I don't know how this would even happen. But when I went outside the other morning and I saw all this shit on the ground, the like sewer lid was like bubbling and there was a bunch of water coming what looked like out of the lid. And I said to my mom, I'm like, I think something's wrong with the sewer. And she's like, no, it's pouring rain out. Like, it was pouring, absolutely pouring that morning. And she's like, that's just water running down the street. And I was like, well, why is there bubbles? And I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know if it's a coincidence or if it had something to do with the rain, but I'm pretty sure that both were happening. That's some BS that the Panther can also drop in the cache. I think the black money cache is every single item that could be on the black money, right? So that can be on there. It's just probably shouldn't need to be on there, but pretty much any somewhat rare item can be on there. Heavy rain can overwhelm sewage systems. Is that why? Okay. Well, it did it. Sewers can back up and overflow. It's rare though. I don't know. Man, I'm not sure it rained that hard. Like, but I guess maybe there's some extenuating circumstances somewhere. Basically any rare drop from before whatever expansion we're currently on. Oh, really? Okay. That's how it's decided. So they add shit like there's shit from Shadowlands on there now. Are you running empowered rune weapon? No. Well, like the dungeon mount from Shadowlands is on there? That's interesting. I love the Black Money Auction House boxes, but I stopped buying them. Way too much hassle to try to snipe them. You gotta be dedicated, no doubt. The Jailers and Sylvanas mounts are on there too. Whoa. Well, that's cool. I have not even been to the last time I was at the Black Money was to was when we were trying to snipe it from people on Alliance. Remember that? I farmed all of the BFA to get Brutusar and a Guilty Goddess for 250k out of a Black Money box. Wow. That's pretty ridiculous. That's like the most lucky ever though. Like very, 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 very unlikely. What's the rarest thing Faxi has ever gotten from a container? With how easy it is to trade gold across servers now, I snipe a lot of fire trees. Oh, really? Nice. Yeah, it's still based on realm, right? So like if you go on a small realm, it's a really good chance to get stuff. Like if you go on like an RP realm, there's probably not a lot of stuff on there, huh? ZG Raptor got that twice. Galleon mount and 2 TCG mounts. I resold them. Whoa, I didn't even think you could do that. That's crazy. So you can get shit that's not BOP? Wow, that's wild. Tree is hard to see on the phone. Why did you take over empowered rune weapon? I don't know. I don't really look at it like that. If you want, you can just look it up on Radar.io if you want to see my full talent tree though. Because it's not just empowered rune weapon that I didn't take. Obviously, it's also icy talents. So those 3 points obviously went somewhere, but I'm not really sure. I would say they went somewhere specific.
Beware. Beware.
I just don't look at empowered rune weapon as a spell I would ever really want as a blood DK. It's basically just an offensive spell. It has some minor defensive repercussions, but with the amount of overlap you already have with other CDs, there's no need for another one like that. It would have to be an actual DR for it to feel valuable to me. Just generating more death strikes doesn't really help me. Rune weapon is so weird to press. Which one? A couple rune weapons. Hope your healer doesn't drop group after the boss dies. Me too. But if it does, we'll have a video. Yeah, empowered rune weapons basically like, and then you hear people who are proponents of using it, like they basically just say like, oh, just macro it. It's like, okay, well now you're clearly not using it for defensive purposes. No worries, James. If you have any questions, let me know. Happy to answer any and all. Unless if they're in different languages, then I won't be able to answer them.
Beware.
Now there's like a guy in the fucking manhole, and they're like feeding a cable. Another guy's like feeding a cable down to him. I wonder what that is.
Beware.
Thanks, been enjoying the stream. Sweet, 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 sweet. Parlez-vous français? Sorry, I just heard you don't answer questions in different languages. That means, do you speak French? I know that one. I used to know how to reply to it too, but I don't know. I haven't taken French. I haven't thought about French language since I was 18. The epic purple shirt is on the Fire Tree Black Money. Someone really wants it. Already at 250k. Oh. Is that just a transmog? What is that epic purple shirt? It's like a BlizzCon thing, isn't it, from a long time ago? Yeah, we don't have anybody to res those guys. Probably should have battle res the healer. Just a shirt transmog? TCG. Okay. I have all the TCG tabards. They're cool. Oh yeah, which one? What one's your favorite one? I love purple and blue. Arcane and Frost. Gotcha. My mega rich guildie, when gold got tradable, she made a character on every single server trying to snipe a ZG Tiger. And after 2 weeks got it for cap on some random server. That's pretty wild. Some dedication right there.
Beware.
I'm not really sure what kills people on that trash though. Something is killing that warrior in that previous pack, and I don't know what it was. No spells are happening or anything. Does the guy have like a lightning shield or something just from being attacked he's taking damage? I don't even know. That happens a lot though, where the healer's the only battle res and they're dead. People are like, we should wait. It's like, or you can just try to not die and be done with the pack by the time the healer gets here. That's unfortunate. She literally stayed up till 3 a.m. her time, midnight PST, when Black Money stuff gets posted, and checked every single server. Jesus. Like, it's not even, is it like server clusters? Right, it's like server clusters, right? So, like Fire Tree and Draktheron, for example, they would have the same, right? It's not somehow different for them, right? Yeah, okay.
Beware.
Gold is transferable across server now? Yeah, I don't know about all that. I still don't, you have to actually trade it. I think you and I talked about this, didn't we? I thought you had offered to help me because I wanted to try to get the gold from Fire Tree over. But I just ended up buying WoW tokens last summer when they were like broken. They were like 400k for some reason.
I'll burn them to ash before ye ever get a chance to blow them away.
You can trade gold cross faction, but you have to be in an instance to do it. Oh, okay. Now that was before Dragonflight launched, the pet thing. I thought it was you who offered to help me transfer the gold from Fire Tree over to this realm. Maybe it wasn't you. Because it has to be traded. You can't mail it. So I would need to give it to somebody, and then they would need to come and give it to me, or I would need to have paid for another month on my second account. My memory has huge holes. I don't even try to cover it up anymore. It was probably just not you, honestly, but I don't know. I just remember somebody saying like, "Yeah, I'll help you if you ever need help with it." I thought it was you. Pets are still a great way to make gold. I still sell them. One from Emerald Nightmare that drops on all difficulties sell for 100k. Oh yeah. How fast do they sell? Have to post it 1 to 2 times. Okay. That's like a little nightmare drake, isn't it? A nightmare whelp. That's kind of cute. I remember that one. I did that one I sold to you when I first came to Dalaran. Ever sell? Oh yeah, that one sold before the expansion even came out. Nightmare whelpling. Yeah, I remember. I think I have that one. I could 100% help you out if you need to move gold. Yeah, no, I don't need to anymore, but I appreciate it. Maybe next expansion we'll need to revisit this topic if the game keeps going in this way. We're gonna need like hundreds of thousands of gold to craft gear in the beginning. I'm stocking up on as much gold as I can, preparing for it. Yeah, I kind of did the opposite by crafting the legendary. What do you wish for Blizzard to do with the blood tree? I have a whole video on that topic. TLDR, I want to just see Gorfian's either made baseline or moved to the point where it's very easy to take. Because that should be a core spell for Blood DK. But outside of that, yeah, honestly, really nothing. I don't really feel like the blood tree is in a bad state. Shock Troopers do an instant cast lightning bolt, so that's what was melting folks. Oh, okay, so you wouldn't be able to stop it no matter what. It's like, since you answered that, I'll just ask you the question, like, do you think it's better to sit there and not fight that, or is it better to just have people try their best to survive while there's no healer? Brew looks insane. Oh really? I haven't really looked at it, to be honest. So. I wonder if our old buddy Painbow still farms. Oh no, he's like a Harry now. He refuses to play Blizzard games. When is the beta for The War Within? Probably next week. Super rich Gilead mine, you know the Fez hat from Old Uldor? Like a month ago, someone got one and didn't know what it was and posted it for 20 gold. Her add-on told that. She bought it and resold it for 1.5 mil. I'm actually shocked it was that little. Because yeah, Painbow used to farm that. And he used to say that was the most valuable item in the game, and I never understood why.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
I want a talent that gives value for or prevent Bone Shield from overcapping. That would be cool, yeah. I like the idea. Somebody suggested this back in Shadowlands when we first knew about this talent, but making this talent also make it so, or maybe a talent on top of that one or something. But anyway, whenever you overcap, it just does the damage of the overcapped immediately. I think that would be that'd be a good little way to deal with it.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
Paralyzed also being a soothe is an interesting change to monk. Oh wow. I think it lost some value because the second item was basically the same look was added. Oh yeah, it comes from the new dig thing, right? I remember people talking about that. I don't even know what that content is though. I have no opinion on that, Metro. Sorry. Oh, no worries. Really, the important kick is infused lightning since it turns that into a chain lightning. Yeah, that's obviously very dangerous. Make Bone Storm fun. Yeah, the problem with Bone Storm is it's always going to compete with Death Strike, so they would need to make Bone Storm a CD, I think, and not cost runic power. Archery, man, that brings back memories. That was my vanilla server. Oh, really? Oh, that's where we played for like 14 years before everything went pear-shaped. That pack's not being up here when we started fighting the dragon is actually ideal. Because now the dragon should have a good chance of dying first. There was a Legion talent that gave Bone Shield a chance based on crit to give double value. Maybe a talent that gives a chance to proc on Bone Shield used to double armor provides. That'd be interesting. Talents that utilize overcapping on stuff are always good in my book. Makes you feel it's bad. Yeah, but it's like one of those things that like you can't take all the skill out of the class, you know? But I do think Bone Shield is like it's the right like that's one that you should definitely not, because there's multiple things that give it, you know what I mean? Like overcapping on it is not even within your control sometimes. Can people stop crafting rank 2 epic gems for me? I mean, it's not me, I don't know. Maybe somebody can stop, but it ain't gonna be me. Beware. What do you find to be the hardest boss to tank for this season? Honestly, it's been Azure Blade. I've died more of that boss than I've died anywhere else this season. Beware. I buy enough mats to create 10 gems. Costs like 5k total. Just keep placing order until you get a rank 3. And what do you do with the other gems? Just vendor them? Did a cool skip in here yesterday where we skipped the last pack before third boss by wall jumping. This pack? Wall jumping. What, over here or something? That's interesting. Need you to start recording your shit because that'd be interesting seeing that. Beware. So it's like easy, you just do it? Or is it, they require some effort? Beware. What about the trash then? What do you need? One extra pack in the beginning or something? Can you backstep as your blades cleave? Oh, I don't know. I've never tried that, but maybe. It pretty much like it one-shot me before, but I just need a CD for everyone, and it's just hard to get used to, honestly, because it never was hard. I just wish people would stop listing gems with such low commissions. Why? What? Yeah, like as a crafter, like how do you feel about commission? Because I don't know why anybody would be worried about it. Like you wouldn't have crafted it if I didn't give you the order for it. So surely like any, and it takes like almost no effort on your part, right? Surely like any commission is pure profit, right? Run Azure Blade with a Mistweaver for Cocoon. Nah, it's not even up for everyone or nothing, but I don't need extra CDs from other people. I just need to pay attention to my own CDs. Hate these orders with no commissions and no mats. I assume that's some kind of bug. Like, people aren't doing that on purpose, surely. Isn't the big thing they're only allowed to do so many every day, so take the biggest tip? Oh, right, maybe. But there's only going to be so many with big tips, right? So, obviously, most people are probably going to end up getting stuck with whatever is there. Has anyone bought your Slowpoke yet? It was a Drowsy you're talking about. I ended up listing another one. What the hell? Oh shit, I didn't even realize that was gonna kill me. Yikes. Anyway, no, nobody bought the Drowsy yet. I ended up listing 2 other cards that I saw would sell quicker. So I listed a Beedrill and a Pikachu, and the Beedrill already sold overnight. So now I need to figure out how to affix the label to the envelope so I can sell it. But in the beginning of the stream, everyone recommended using packing tape. So I'm gonna have to go buy that after the stream. Wait, what? Not a viable option, I guess. 4 public orders a day. Is it 4 or was that a typo? Huh. It's 20 a week, or maybe it's 4 a day, so that would be a lot a week, yeah. For gems, I give 100 gold commission. You usually get a rank 3 within 3 crafts. I like to give 500 for everything. Seems like the right number. They get snatched so quick, they're never any there. How are you supposed to do this? What? You can't really expect a commission when the player has to buy all the high quality mats. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when we were crafting Harry's gear, he was like giving like thousands of gold. I'm like, bro, you're giving more gold than the item costs. I always throw out 5k per craft. Jesus. So you're literally spending more money on the commission than the item at times. I found this crafter. She has every recipe in the game and maxed out everything. She created a community page. You just send the personal order to the characters she has listed in the community page. Oh, yeah. Folic, what's up? New name there. Welcome. 5k is what I tip too? Wow. That's pretty wild. Like, I just got that alchemy trinket crafted for less than 2,000 gold. I'm obviously not getting a 5k tip for that. Alright, anyway, Hall's 13 disbanded key. Shaman. Hunter, Warlock. Warrior. Guaranteeing max rank can cost the crafter insight, which is a limited resource. They also have to farm the skill points, so expecting a commission is understandable. Guaranteeing max rank. How do you do that? I tip 5k, but I have hella money from WAD. And I mean, you're not gonna have hella money for long if you keep tipping 5k, don't you think? To me, it's more of a you put a lot of time into the profession, so here's a tip. Yeah, I mean, you're probably... I mean, did they, though? I probably did that like a year ago now at this point, but... 5k is wild. 3 attempts at rank 3 gems equals 1,800 gold total. What do you do with the... Like, they can't be vendored, or... They can only be vendored, or what? I always overpay for crafts too by a lot, because it's just not about how much it costs, it's about how much I appreciate it. I mean, yeah, I guess this is why I have trouble tipping at restaurants too. Like, we went out to dinner the other night, and my mom wanted to give like a $20 tip for like a $60 meal. I was like, what? Like, why? I don't like. Did they do $20 worth of service for us? I don't understand. Wait, why did that say? What was that? Oh, that's from a different dungeon altogether, yeah. Most EU countries don't allow tipping, really. I vendor the rank 2s, yeah, but I sell the raw materials. Remember, I buy enough for 10. Oh, I remember. In Europe, you tip amount is based on the quality of service. Well, that's what it's here too. I mean, they just recommend that you tip based on the amount of money that you spend, but that's not, has nothing to do with it. Like, you can give the tip for whatever reason you want. You can give the tip because you're attracted to the person. Like, it doesn't matter. You can give a tip for any reason. But they try to convince you to do it based on the money you spent, which is totally fraudulent. Like, that is totally unacceptable in my eyes. The money spent does not mean that the person worked more or less. Especially at some restaurants. Like, if you go, like the restaurant I just went to, they had, like, it's a barbecue restaurant, right? So they have different types of meats, like platters. So you get the meat, you can get 2 sides and bread and stuff, right? So if I get the pulled pork, it's $17. But if I got the ribs, it was $25 for a half rack and $35 for a full rack. Comes on the same fucking plate. It probably actually weighs less because of the ribs. The exact same fucking work. She didn't do a goddamn thing. But because it's $15 more to get the ribs, you want me to tip more? What? Like, I don't understand. Like, what is the point of that? It doesn't make any sense. Nothing changed from the perspective of the waitress. She did not make the food. That's the chef who made the food. Can I tip him? Am I allowed to tip him? I don't know how that part works. But yeah, it's like, you barely did anything, and because we spent $100 here, you want me to give you fucking $20? I don't get it. Doesn't really make any sense. My grandfather used to be a big D on tips. He'd put $21 bills on the table, and if the waitress did something he didn't like, he took it away. Damn. 20 to 30% minimum. That's fucking wild, man. You guys are crazy. Doesn't that add up? Don't you feel like that just adds up? Like I can't stay afloat as it is money-wise, man. Things are going weird in money-wise, so I cannot be giving people, like, if my food is $30, I cannot be giving them fucking an extra $9 every time I go. I just can't afford that, man. I can't keep doing that. I healed my first 9 ruby, is that meant to be ruby life pulls, the other night. Since then I went hard on pushing higher, and I got my first 2K rating on Resto Shaman. Nice. Do chefs ever get tips? I don't think so. Maybe they split it with them nowadays. I don't know. My wife is European. She hates the tip culture. Drives her crazy. I mean, it drives me crazy. I'm not European. Anyway, Olderman. I tip 25%, and if I can't afford to tip, I just won't eat out. Servers don't get paid much outside tips. Yeah, well, if I can't afford to tip, I'm just gonna not tip. I need to eat, right? Like, there's not a lot of options to eat anymore, man. DoorDash, you gotta tip there. Restaurants, you gotta tip there. Even fucking picking up food, like we were talking about the other day, they're trying to get you to tip for that too now. I just, yeah. I mean, it's not that I can't afford the extra $6. It's just like, all right, this $30 meal is now $36. And if I eat out like 4 times a week or something like that, I just now spent like an extra full meal worth of money. It's not the customer's problem that the servers don't get paid, or it shouldn't be. Yeah, it's a funny line to walk, because it's like inexorably connected now. Like, you can say that and you're right, but that was a discussion for like 100 years ago when this started. I'm not really sure how this has happened legally, but yeah, they actually don't get paid minimum wage. Like, when I worked at the golf course, I got $3 an hour. Every dollar I earned was minimum wage, was tips. So like, and my mom always is like critical of that. She's like, you used to work for tips. I was like, I fucking worked for tips. Like, actually worked. Like, I cleaned their clubs meticulously with a brush and a bucket of water, and I did it sometimes hundreds of times a day. They literally walk to the kitchen with food and bring it and place it here. And then 15 minutes later, they come and ask if everything's okay. They didn't fucking do anything. That's what they're being paid to do. They did nothing extra. Like, they didn't do anything extra. I did a service that was actually extra. They paid me. They could have paid me nothing, but it's a service extra. It's like getting your shoe shined. You don't pay for that. You give a tip for that. You know what I mean? That's what you get tipped for. You're supposed to do something. It's just crazy. She also hates that store prices don't include taxes on the shelves. Yeah, that's like that in European, right? In the European Union countries. Tipping the waiter more because they walked across the restaurant. I mean, like I said, I always try to give like a tip based on how good the service is, and it's always the same. Like it's, I would say like $5 to $10, maybe most. $10 if they were very like. The one thing I always tip for extra is if we go to a restaurant where there's supposed to be refills of shit. Like, I don't really get refills of drinks, but obviously if there was. And then, like, when we go to Olive Garden, we have to keep getting the salad and the breadsticks refilled. If she's, like, on that shit, then, yeah, $10 tip, 100%. But otherwise, it's like, $7 maybe? I mean, depending on the atmosphere, I don't know. But I'm never, like, $20 tip, it's like, man, that's more than the meal. I don't, no. Sorry. Wait staff at Texas Roadhouse don't even always bring the food. Well, that actually we talked about this the other night, yeah. Because we went to Texas Roadhouse, and there's other restaurants like that too. And I asked, you know, do you think this is better or worse? Because that means that you're now, like, are those people getting the tip? I don't know. Can I tip them? Because at that point, what is the waitress actually doing? But the response I got that actually changed my mind on this was saying, like, all right, if the waitress doesn't have to carry the food, there's no chance that they'll be potentially physically overworked, meaning that they will be more mentally available and, you know, they'll be moving between tables easier and they'll be able to actually do their job, quote unquote, easier. And it's like, that's actually a very good point because I don't necessarily need the waiter to bring the food, but I do need them to fill up the cups, or if I have something wrong with the food, I need them to be present for that. Like, those things are more important than them bringing the food out. So yeah, realistically, it's actually a good thing. I don't like being hypercritical about tips. I believe everyone should make $20 an hour in today's economy. Oh God, well, you better start donating, brother. Because that ain't happening here. It's like that in every country on earth. I was surprised at that too. About the sales tax not being on the items, yeah. To me, it's about the total enjoyment of the meal, not just about the service. But you don't feel like that would be the chef's job? Like, you know, I mean, like I said, if the atmosphere was nice, like, yeah, maybe I'll be a little bit more generous. But if the food was burnt, that's not the waitress's fault. You know what I mean? But, like, here's a great example. We were actually just talking about this last night, too. Ordered something. They have two variations of something. One thing is called one thing is called something else. We ordered the thing that's called one thing. They brought the thing that's called something else. I'm like 99.5% sure I ordered the thing called one thing. The waitress said, no, you ordered the thing called the other thing. And I was like, all right, well, I'm not eating this. You got to take it off the bill. They wouldn't take it off the bill. So I had to not only eat something or pay for a second meal, but not only did I have to eat something I didn't want, but I had to eat and pay for something I didn't want. It's like fucking $0 tip. Are you kidding me? And the people I was with were like, well, that's not the waitress's. The waitress can't do that. They're going to get fired. It's like, it doesn't matter. Like, you're not getting a tip if I get the wrong food. I don't care. I don't give a fuck whose problem that is. Like, that's not. I got the wrong food. You brought the wrong order. One way or the other. I don't know. Zero tip if they're not on top of refills. 15% tip if they stay on top of it. Yeah, zero tip. I would feel like a complete jackass not giving any tip at all. But definitely a little bit extra if they're on top. Like I said, Olive Garden, places like that. I went to what the fuck is the name of that place? Red Robin. Went to Red Robin 2 birthdays ago, and you know they're supposed to have unlimited fries. And it came out pretty quick, okay? It was like, I ate the fries. Maybe like 3 or 4 minutes later, the person comes around. I'm like, you want more? I do want more. And then it was like 5 minutes later they come out. So I ended up having a couple things of fries, whatever. Then I went again like 3 months later. And we only got one, like 8. They never came to ask about the fries. Like, what? That's your whole fucking restaurant's like shtick. Like, that's what they get people in the door for. So no, that's a $0 tip. Like, come on, man. You're the whole purpose of having this restaurant. Like, the reason I even came here was because of this, and you're not refilling the fucking thing you're supposed to refill. I don't know. Other than that, like, yeah, you got to tip. Regardless of tipping, most restaurants are just too expensive for the provided value. I used to think that. I used to think that too. Now, if you look at something like DoorDash that like starts like upcharging you for food just because they want to make money on it, like it's a third party, like a middleman, I agree with you. But if you go to a restaurant and you actually look at the cost of the product, like I had pulled pork last night, right? Pulled pork, I had beans, and I had French fries, and obviously I had water and the bread that it's like cornbread, okay? It was $17 for that meal. I cannot buy pulled pork, make it with barbecue sauces on it, like the bean dish, and French fries, and water, and cornbread for $17. Like that, there's no way I can do that. I've never tried. Maybe I'm wrong. But like a pork roast in the store is like $15. Like it's right. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't really buy stuff like this, but like there's no way I'm going to get all of that for $17 somewhere else, right? I don't think it's that big of a difference. Like I used to be like, oh man, we're just hemorrhaging money going out to dinner. But it's not true. It's hemorrhaging money because you have to constantly keep fucking giving tips. Like that's, you know what I mean? Like if I just went and picked the food up every day instead, we would probably not be losing money. I don't know. I feel like tipping is a diving topic. People who tip well don't like people who don't tip. Hey, we talked about this on Tuesday, I think it was. If you have plenty of money and you enjoy tipping people because it makes them happy, fucking great. That's awesome. You are a great person. I golfed with a guy who he gave the girl at the halfway house $20, even though he only got 3 Gatorades. And she was like, did you mean to get, like, she was like, excuse me, you gave me too much money. And then afterwards, everybody we were golfing with, they're like, oh, you're trying to fuck her, basically. And he's like, bro, I have a girl, like I have a child that age. I like seeing young people who are struggling to make their ends meet. I like seeing them happy. That's what he said. And everybody was like, yeah, bullshit, you're trying to fuck her. I said to him, I was like, good on you, man. That's awesome. Because he makes a ton of money at his job and he golfs a lot. That's awesome. That's great that you can do that. You know what I mean? If you have that kind of income and you want to do that, then you can do that. You can go give a fucking random guy on the street $100 if you have that kind of money. You know what I mean? Even if you didn't even do anything. But unfortunately, the cost of things goes up every week, it feels like. So sometimes you don't have that luxury, depending on what you do. Anyway, what else? Once you start cooking more and you have a lot of ingredients sitting around, you will save much more money cooking. I thought that too, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know that it's true because I have started cooking, and meat is very expensive. I don't remember exact prices, but it was like 1 pound of meat, and it's like, I mean, I guess that's enough for multiple people, but it's not enough for me. Even if I literally just ate the beef, 1 pound of beef, that's not enough for me. So I buy the 1 pound of beef, then I need stuff for like salad and sides, like vegetables and stuff like that. It's like no chance it's less than what it would cost in a restaurant. And it's gonna taste like worse too. Like restaurants are always good. Just don't eat meat then? Well, what else is there to eat? Like, I don't know of meals that I can cook that aren't meat, honestly. Pasta, pizza, meat. That's it. Some variation of those 3 things is in every single thing I eat, pretty much. What key is this? Yeah, like the number one reason why I don't eat things like keto or even like vegan or low carb is because it's just not possible. Like there's not enough options where I live to eat those things. Like if I needed to get food from a restaurant, what can I get that's low carb or vegan or something like that? There's no options. I have no choices. So I have to cook. And I don't have the time to cook. It just seems like the social precedent, though. Like, it sounds like you do view it as generally rude to leave no tip. I think that's how a lot of us think about shorting on the tip. It's definitely rude to tip nothing. I agree. But I don't think I should be tipping somebody $20 just because I've spent $100 at a restaurant. That doesn't even make sense. Like I said, I will always tip the same thing. Unless something seriously goes wrong. Like, they're getting a... You know what I mean? For how much they did, they're getting a great value. If every single person I interacted with on the stream gave me the value that I'm giving them, I would make an incredible amount of money. Restrictive diets aren't good. Everyone wants carbs and fats. Restrictive diets can be extremely good because a lot of times you don't realize that you're eating something that is not like working for you. You know, something you might actually be allergic to or something that you're not digesting well. But I do agree with you in general. In long term, never eating fats or carbs is probably not the healthiest thing. I think it's good for like clearing out a problem in your body and your diet, though. I made tater tot casserole recently with ground beef and beans and cheese and stuff that lasted for 6 meals, under $15. Well, I did look at things like budget-friendly like meals like that. I made like a chili mac as one of the first things I ever started cooking recently, and it was really good. But I don't think it was cheap. I don't know. Everything was already purchased, so I don't know. But it required a pound of meat, a full thing of chicken broth, the full thing of pasta, a bunch of seasonings and shit. I don't remember everything that was in it, but it was like, there's no way it was under $15. Do you eat cooked foods with dairy, Metro? Like mac and cheese? I don't really have issues with cheese whatsoever. It's really weird. Yes. I don't have issues with cheese, but milk just destroys me. Which makes me think, like, I don't know, like, if the comment lactose intolerant is really the problem. Or if there's something in the milk. Like, I've heard that there's, like, lots of hormones and shit in milk and food like that nowadays. And it makes me wonder if there's some preservative in the milk or something that really fucks with my stomach. But I'm telling you, like, if I drank a glass of milk right now, within an hour, I'd be shitting my brains out. In my stomach, it wouldn't even be that. My stomach would be physically hurting me. Like if somebody was inside punching my organs. That's what it helps. That's what it feels like. U.S. milk is solid white. What does that mean? Oh, by the way, Prison Mike. I saw somebody... I was watching Alex Central stream last night. And somebody on the server... He's playing on Deviant Delight on Classic. Somebody walked by him with the name Prison Mike. I was like, wait, is that you? What the fuck? Or is that just some name that many people might use for some reason? Basically, I'm asking, are you playing Classic? Milk is like one of my favorite things. I just straight up will choose to drink it over other things if I have any in the house. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I used to love milk when I was young, but it's not about, it's about what's not in the milk. The pasteurization process removes the enzymes most people need to digest it. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. And so in the cheese process, that's not a problem? Is that why I don't have any issues with cheese? Now you walked by in Panda Mix twice. Oh, really? That's funny. So somebody else has your name on Classic, but not in Pandoria. That's funny, though. Thing is, I never used to be that in love with milk. It's only been the last 20 years or so. That's a long time, though. I'm the same way. I can eat hella cheese, but milk can really get me pooping. Yeah, it's not even like the output. Sounds really weird when you say it that way, but it's like physically hurts to drink milk. I don't know why. The milk here is more like a... Wait, why are we in AV? What are we doing? We're just like signing up to random keys, I guess. There's just not a lot of keys listed today, so... The milk here is more like a cream color. Look like the kind of milk you get straight from the farmer. Yeah, and that may be what we were just talking about, something being removed from it. Milk always makes my tummy feel better. Obviously, it's like a pretty, you know, common issue. I think people would be lactose intolerant. My body doesn't digest onions properly. I get similar issues with those. I had to go to the hospital. Whoa. I've never, I fucking hate onions. If I have to eat an onion, it's going to be like, disgust is going to come up on my face. Can't fucking hate it. I can't stand onions. I hate them for 2 reasons. Not just one. I hate the fucking taste. Like, the most disgusting taste of anything ever. And number 2, the texture. I hate how fucking crunchy they are. I cannot stand when something is that crunchy and something that is like soft. Like you put onions in pasta and you're eating like, oh, so chewy, so soft, so cheesy, and then you chew on an onion, it's like that makes me fucking cringe. Prison Mike is an Office reference. Ah, there we go, that makes sense. I feel that way about mushrooms for the same reason, only spongy instead of crunchy. I know a lot of people don't like mushrooms too for that reason, yeah.
5, 4,
I don't like raw onions, but I like cooked onions. A lot of people said that to me, that I would, because of these things, I'd probably like cooked onions. Because they don't taste as bad. They don't taste as oniony. And they are soft. I've had like onion rings and shit here and there, but like, yeah, I don't really, I just don't like onions. So I try not to have them. I feel like onions are amazing if you don't notice they're there. I probably would agree with you, actually. Because like I eat plenty of things that probably have onions in them, but I don't ever notice them. So as long as like I said, the big thing is the crunch. It's like a surprise. Like if I eat something that I'm not expecting, that's a surprise. Even if it's not onions, even if it's a tomato, even if it's a pepper, even if it's a fucking piece of lettuce or something like that. Like I don't care. The crunch really makes me unhappy with the meal.
Sundered flame have been delving into my vault. They do not understand the dangers
what?
within, nor the powers they meddle with.
Gonna want to have me handle the pulling, I think.
Beware.
This is like one of the most dangerous packs in the dungeon. You don't want to pull fucking 9 of these flowers.
Beware.
He just straight up wiped them. Yeah. Pulled trash and just instantly died to the pulling of it.
Beware.
I also hate the texture of pickles. I bite into a burger with pickles and the burger is ruined. Pickles usually aren't crunchy enough for that, but if they were, maybe. I don't know that a pickle I've ever bitten a pickle and I felt like it was too crunchy. Usually pickles are pretty soft because they're wet, right?
A little garden for him. It looks as though it has grown wild over the years.
Beware.
I will need you to prune it.
I hope it was a mistake. I would hate to think in this day and age DPS and healers still thought it was a good idea to pull. Well, it's like, I mean, we killed the pack, so it's like, didn't really do anything, but it's like, that pack of all time, of all the ones that you could do on it, it's like,
Beware.
you really want 9 mobs that can't be interrupted easily?
Beware.
I have I had some come out of a jar that were hard as a rock. Whoa. And there had that.
Beware.
You also hate bell peppers. Peppers are a weird one because like I don't like the taste of them, but I don't like the consistency can be like onions. It depends on how they're preserved. I guess I don't know what a bell pepper actually is. But those like peppers that are not spicy whatsoever and are just crunchy, like I don't like the taste of it. Like I'm not gonna use that on anything. But like a jalapeno, like I told the story the other day, went out the other night too, and I got these jalapeno things. I didn't know what to expect, so I just got them because I thought they sounded good and I wanted to get a special instead of the normal meals. And they were the hottest fucking thing I've ever eaten in my entire life. Which I like the spiciness of, but the pepper itself tasted like nothing. Like it didn't taste good. So it's like, if it wasn't spicy, why would I ever buy that? What's the point of buying that? It doesn't have any taste to it. Tastes like eating lettuce. I don't know what a bell pepper is, but I've seen these like red and yellow and big green peppers that people buy and they have on the store, and they're just like flesh. They don't have any taste to it. It feels like it's just chewy, and I don't know what you do with them. They don't do anything. So it's not like onions where I'm not going to eat it if it's in there, but it's like, why bother adding this? They go on pizza. I've never had peppers on pizza, but
Beware.
bell peppers are kind of sweet and they're large. Yeah. Yeah, I guess they're like mildly sweet, you know, maybe, I don't know. I've never had a non-spicy pepper and been like, oh, that was awesome. But I have had spicy. Like up at Buffalo Wild Wings, they have the Hatch chili queso burger or something like that, and whatever that shit is on there is fucking good. It's spicy, but it is good. So I feel like if it's a spicy pepper, I'm alright, but if we're eating crispy, crunchy shit that doesn't taste like anything, then I don't care to do that. How have the runs been today? Not a lot of keys listed because we started so early. But yeah, I mean, we did a couple AVs for just fun, and it's been good. But no, we got 1 point only so far. So. Hatch chilies are really good. My wife is from there. Wait, from where? What do you mean? She's from Buffalo Wild Wings? You just picked her up? That's crazy. We order from local farms there and have them shipped to our home. Oh, Hatch is the name of a place? What the hell? That is not what I expected. What is special about that place that they have their own chili named after them?
Beware.
Oh, died again. What's a breath? Yeah, that's a good question. The soil is really good for growing those kind of peppers specifically. Interesting.
Beware.
They used a ton in cooked foods. Most of the time you don't taste them, but if there's enough there for me to notice it, I am not a fan of bell peppers. Yeah, that's kind of the way I look at it too. I just don't feel like they add anything to the meal whatsoever, so I wouldn't prefer having them. When I get a hot pepper, I actually like it.
Beware.
Every day I do a guild poll on Discord. Today's was, would you like the same 8 instances? Same 8 instances all expansion, or 4 new ones and 4 old every season? 4 old and 4 new is winning 13-1. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, see you guys there.
Beware.
The Boker didn't spread. Not sure how he has a 15. Why are we disbanding over this? Wait. What is this guy's name? Done playing. Hold the fuck on. We know this guy, don't we?
Beware.
Is he not even from one of... I think he is from somebody else's video. That name is, we know that guy, and I don't know why. But first of all, that name sounds super familiar, and I think it's somebody submitted. Hold on a second. I think I know who it was too. Let me see if I can scroll back in Discord. This stupid fucking Discord feature where I can't see people's name because I'm streaming. Yeah, it's this guy. Why is it warlocks? Is someone adding something to the cereal or what? Okay, he's allowed to whisper me, but I'm not allowed to whisper him. Here's this guy. I made a video on this guy, didn't I? I know I'm pretty sure I did. I don't know how to show you this. I don't think there's a way I can show you this right now. This guy, hold on. I guess I just drag it on the screen and it works. So watch. This is a 20 weight crest. The tank moves on and there's trash that he skipped. The warlock pulls it. Okay, watch what happens here. I think I made a video on this.
Shockwave.
He pulls the trash. Watch his health. He dies to it.
Interrupt.
Okay, watch. Then leaves the party. Okay. Then afterwards, the tank who submitted me the content, why did you pull that? He goes, learn to tank. You pulled a random pack, then left. Tank it correctly or have people leave. Simple. Do you really think we weren't going to time that? Fucking retard pulling, line of sighting every pull and chaining dumb shit, then missing the corner. I don't fucking need a dumbass who can't do a 20. It's like hard to understand. Is it satire? Like, why do you name your character this and then act this way? It's got to be satire, right? What is this guy's score? It's got to be some kind of joke, right? It wasn't him who pulled it. No, you could actually watch the rep pally go and do it. I'll show you that too. What is wrong with people? They got something seriously wrong with them, no doubt. It's all at the beginning. I don't know why it's fast forward so much. See? Paladin's like straight up. He fucking doesn't even pull them. He like runs over to them and shakes their hand. Watch, you can see him actually run. No, we definitely aren't going to ignore him. See, he like literally runs up there, walks up over and then runs back. He's like, hey guys, I got stuff that's going to wipe us now. Let's fight 7 mobs that need constant interrupting. Fascinating community. Yep. But this guy shouldn't be banned, right? Like, I mean, this is the problem with the whole no punishment thing. Like, in general, punishing people is totally not going to work. But it's like, how does that guy not? How does that guy not get punished? You know what I mean? Like, that guy should absolutely be punished for these things. That's, I've only ever run with Demon Hunter's pull. Yeah, maybe. Was the pally with the lock? He's from Area 52, so maybe. They're both from Area 52. But I don't see why. I don't really get why he would do that. I never actually checked out his radar out. Hold on, I want to see. done playing. Oh. Oh no, that was last season. 2986 right now. So yeah, he does look like he's done playing. This is actually, like, he wasn't lying either. He actually has a double upgraded 13. He even upgraded, well, what the fuck are you doing a 10 for? But anyway, probably farming gear. But anyway, yeah, he even upgraded to 12 one day ago. So he knows how easy this key is. And yet he still did that. That, like, you should absolutely be banned for that. Right? Like, how do you justify that? It's totally unacceptable behavior. What did the guy even say? The weird thing about this all is this guy says, yup, like if something got said that I didn't see. Then he says the evoker didn't spread. Not sure how he has 15. Does he have a 15? What makes you think that? Guess we gotta look that up too. What's a breath? That guy's 3175, so he's got multiple 15s in time. But it's like he got... Look at this. This is really strange. You don't see this very often. The guy's got 11s in some dungeons, but 15s in others. Is that normal? Could be some kind of boosting going there, I feel like, yeah. That seems very abnormal. Especially the double upgraded 15, but he's only got a 12 on Tyrannical. Like, what? Let's see if they're all with the same people, I guess. 15 Neltheris, that's not very common. I mean, it's not uncommon, but... Okay, so these guys are not overly scored. Well, maybe kind of? Yeah, maybe. They're all a little bit higher than you might think. Let's see the Neltheris. They're all 4 days ago as well. Different people. So, I don't know. But same thing, 3,400 player doing a 15. What's that about? He has very few keys actually done, yeah. Probably was his key, and he's ogging those, maybe. Anyway, weird one there. Or they straight up avoided some combos. They thought they were icky. Did I miss the fun? Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that crazy, but that was definitely one of the strangest keys we've had this season. Especially because that guy, we recognize that guy. Oh, that's got to get bolded. Oops. That's got to get bolded. Because we'll be coming back to that one. Yeah, but they're not in the same guild, so it's probably not people together. But I just don't get why the Paladin would pull that. Because the Warlock, you know, it doesn't really make a sense. Channel legend. Yeah, that's how I put it. Anybody who ever appears in a video like that is obviously a channel legend, right? Yeah, that'll be in the end of season review, 100%. That's going to be one of the strangest ones of the season. I can already... I mean, if it's not, then something crazy happened this season. Sir Fiskin's here as well. Wait, is he? Oh, yeah. Did you see McDavid? What's that? The Oilers are doing well. I saw that they're still in they're in the finals right now, huh? The conference finals or whatever. Celtics are taking over though. I saw they won last night too. Hey! Exclamation point. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much. I already thought of a song for the season. A parody of Huey Lewis in the News. I want a new drug called I Want a New Pug. Oh, I don't even know what that song is. Are you sure it's singable a cappella? That's the problem. Like, a lot of people have suggested songs over the years, and it's like, it has to be a good a cappella song. Like, if it's a song, like, you obviously, there's not ever going to be rap songs. There's not ever going to be, like, you know, there's so many songs that aren't, like, the singing is incidental to the music. And that's kind of how Spiders was. Like, Spiders, really, you can't do that song a cappella. Like, there's too much music in it for it to be a cappella. But I tried my best. Always nice when you join group. Later, they call everyone an idiot. Maybe. Alright, anyway, another Olderman. '80s rock, all those songs are acapellable. Okay, I'll look into it. Well, I'll probably forget, but pisses me off when they try to slag you off, then block you before you reply. I don't really get that. Like, yeah, I don't know why that's allowed. That is actually really a string. Because if you think about it, the whole purpose of the ignore feature is meant to prevent abuse, right? But it's like, if you're able to ignore somebody and still message them, that's like in direct contradiction to what the purpose of being able to put somebody on ignore is, right? I don't understand why that's allowed. It doesn't even make sense. Hockey with the Canadian? Oh yeah, that's hockey stuff. Cool. I haven't watched any really, but I know you fellas like it. You're slapping that thing around with the little black stick thing, and then there's like a ball that it's like a flattened ball that you slide around on the ice or something. All right, thanks for the link. Hopefully, I'll check it out. Did you get what you wanted out of Panda Remix already? Oh no, I'm not even close. I mean, I had like stretch goals that were gonna be like maximum power, and I think like unfortunately I'm probably gonna have to stop looking for those stretch goals. I just never do it because I don't like play enough hours per week on there to get all the achievements and those stretch goals. Like, to get all the achievements I'm working on right now means I have to constantly do dailies and farm rep, and the rep is not like, farming the dailies is not a very efficient way to get bronze and threads and stuff, and I just can't see myself being able to do both, but maybe. I guess it depends on how long it takes, but I'm only like honored with one of the reps right now, and from what I can tell the only way to get it is through dailies. So the bronze grind for max power is wild. It's a lot, yep, no doubt, but you get a lot, so I'm definitely going to do one dungeon and one scenario every day from now on, though, to double dip on that. That's close to 6k bronze for 30 minutes. I stopped playing after the frog exploit and Blizzard not rolling back characters. That sounds like you made the right choice. Alright, here we go. My goal is to get all the serpents at least. Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, my stretch goal was to like get so powerful that I can just literally get every single item, like just farm an insane amount of bronze per hour, and then you can just buy everything anyway. Wasn't even an exploit. Don't tell them that, Faxy.
We need to regain
You'll have a long, protracted argument about why they, as a person, deserved everything that everybody else did.
Run away, little girl.
It was a bad decision from Blizzard's part. They shouldn't have done it that way, and they shouldn't. Hopefully they'll never make that mistake again with something like this. They shouldn't be encouraging people to, like, degenerately farm world mobs. But it obviously was in no way an exploit, and nobody would ever be actioned for doing something like that. And quitting the game over somebody else doing something like that is... yeah. Probably best to move on from that. I'm stuck on item level in Remix until I run heroic raids or spend bronze on upgrades. Yeah, definitely spend the bronze. It's a very, very, very good way to empower your character. They made a post today about the farm you like. Yeah, I saw... wait, I didn't see one today, but I did see people talking about those... the Emperor turns. Why is there another farm there? That was another hyper spawn. I know that.
Run away, little girl. Down here so long, I can't even think straight.
No one steals from us. Time to teach these lunkheads a lesson.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
So at the very least, it's an oversight, and it wasn't intended for players to be able to gain that much power that quickly. No, that was definitely intended. It was just the way it worked. Anybody could have gained that much power that quickly. The frogs were just the easiest way to do it. You too could have gained that much power that quickly if you actually did it as well. The problem with it was the hyper spawning and the fact that it dropped the charms. The oversight is the charms. The hyper spawning, I'm surprised they didn't try to change that, but I guess they don't have the ability to change that. I don't know how that tech works. I think a lot of people don't understand how easy it is to gain power in Mob Remix. Just back on this topic yet again today, but a lot of people seem to think like, oh, those guys cheated. It's like, no, they really didn't. You too could be that powerful if you actually put the time in. Thunderscoot, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Are you gonna get to golf today? Yes, I'm going after the stream. In about an hour and a half, I'll end the stream, and then I will go. And hopefully there won't be a ton of people there, and I'll be able to enjoy my day. Good to hear you're golfing again. Yeah, just gonna go walk 9 up at the new course we've been checking out. Oh, cool, somebody's dead. Daisy, what's up, buddy? Welcome. 4-day weekend? Yeah, it's probably gonna be pretty busy. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't go actually now that you put it that way. Do most people have today off? I figure most people probably don't have today off, right? How does someone die to this pack every time? It's fucking crazy, dude. That's a dude. This mob, like, hitting people with its avoidable smash is like the most common death in this dungeon. It's the thing that makes this boss and the other boss so fucking hard for me. It's actually the thing that's the hardest. I pull the trash with the boss, and then somebody gets hit by the avoidable smash every single time. It's actually, like, it makes the dungeon so much harder. Because this should not be part of the difficulty at all. The difficulty should come from them enraging and making the boss do way more damage. But somehow people get hit by the smash constantly. Especially when we're literally just trying to kill the small mob first, and then pull the trash in with the boss, and then somebody dies, and you're like, oh fuck, what the hell do we do? Like, you either have to stop damage on the mobs so they don't enrage, or you have to like wipe somehow, or just go without the person, I guess. But I don't. There's a door there. I don't even know. Like, can they catch up? I don't even know. It's not something I should need to be thinking about.
Beware.
I have an honest question for you. Is there a lot of unhonest questions asked, I guess?
Beware.
Like people, hey Metro, how do you feel about eating snakes? Never had that question, but if somebody asked that, I would assume they weren't asking it out of honesty. I know you will never see it, but groups running without a battle res on Tyrant are way too common. Oh, really? I mean, we got people running without Bloodlust, and battle res would be even worse, so yeah. Another 2 drops on the tank trinket and raid. Lost both to terrible DPS. Why people don't have a prio on an item in their rolls is so dumb. They definitely do, yeah. That's how I didn't get the first time the tank trinket dropped for me, because I was actually in DPS spec.
Beware.
If you don't have prio on it, it's because it's not actually just a tank spec option. Why does the DK need the leech stat? They don't? What do you mean?
Fury ones won't stop Romark. Get out here and smash beware.
Did you mean to ask, like, why would they want it? Like, why would I don't understand the question, sorry. Leech, whenever you do damage, it heals you. And so, obviously, as a blood DK, you already have multiple things that increase your healing, but you have such a high health pool that you're almost always in need of some healing. So perhaps Leech is more valuable for them than other specs, but it's pretty good for everybody, obviously.
Beware.
And it's just a free stat, like you don't lose any other stat by having it other than maybe avoidance, I guess.
Always wins.
Leech is terrible on blood, is it? I wouldn't say that. Does setting a role they aren't currently playing give equal prio to playing the role? Yeah, whatever your loot spec is what you get prio on. My healer got the heroic ward on Neltharion, so I have another external on pull. Nice. It's a tertiary, so it's basically free. Yep.
Run away. I have a quiver full of swords, and I know how to throw them. Beware.
Makes the blood tank super scary. No resources.
Beware.
Whatever you set your spec to is what loot spec. Yeah. Loot spec was added in Mop too. That's another really big feature of Mop. Rather get avoidance of the boss abilities or movement speed. Well, if you had the choice, obviously, but you don't normally have the option. Movement speed, I definitely don't think is very good. You get very little from that stat. What you need as a blood DK is burst movement speed, usually, to keep up with other specs that have burst movement speed.
Beware.
Actual tank should still have prio over off loot specs? Nah, that wouldn't be very fair. There's a lot of people who only raid because they want a very specific item for something that they might not be able to get if they were playing their main spec, you know what I mean? Like, this was really common back when I raided all the time. Like, alright, the only thing I even need from raid would be something for a different spec. Like when I played Holy Pally. But as the tank, you know, I'm not going to get an invite. Whereas if I can get the Pally invite, Or if I can get the healing invite, it's gonna be way easier. What's your favorite meal to eat? I've been asked this a lot over the years. I don't think I have one. Thanksgiving dinner was like my favorite for a very long time, but honestly, I've had so many good meals over the last like 5 years that I don't really think I have one. Then they should apply as a tank. Yeah, that's just not how the game works, man. So, talking to the wrong people. You want to try to talk to Blizzard on that? Like that guy, by picking tank loot spec, means he didn't pick DPS loot spec. So, I don't really see how we could argue about that. It's not like just because he's a DPS, he gets DPS, tank, and healing gear. He chose what he wanted, and that's how the game works. Mine is Wendy's hamburgers. Oh, that's sad to hear that. That's sad to hear that. Your favorite meal is fast food. Wow. Not like fucking. That's sad to hear that, honestly. I rate as Windwalker, but I do keys as brew. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, that's what everybody was saying to me when I was trying to get the legendary. Was like, I should just be doing it as DPS. So imagine if I did it as DPS and I couldn't get what I wanted because of it. They were a really good Thai place that I used to go to. Oh yeah, the pad Thai from the restaurant I get it from is fucking great. Is it always gonna be the same everywhere? Because I really like it from this restaurant, and I wouldn't mind trying it from other restaurants, but I worry that it's gonna be different. I've never had pad Thai anywhere besides this place, so. Wendy's is fire. I mean, it's fine, but would you really... Your question was, what is your favorite meal? You could have chose literally anything, and you chose fast food? Really?
The unworthy will not enter this hallowed place.
People are dying, but so are bosses. Could be the rare ultimate upgrade. Maybe, but usually its timer is also tight. You know what's Sanguine? So the player's dying is a bigger deal than it looks like it is. My favorite meal is either General Tso from local Chinese or good old barbecue. Yeah, man. Spicy barbecue. Oh. God, I fucking love food, dude. It's actually crazy. After going from 1 meal a day, or going to 1 meal a day, it has made me appreciate food in a way that I cannot comprehend, that I cannot get you to comprehend, probably. I used to fucking hate food, which sounds so stupid. But I literally, like, I've said this out many times to many people, like, I used to hate eating. I used to simply do it because I knew I needed to, and that would cause me to then do it for like stress or pleasure or things that weren't eating for the right reasons, and it caused me to gain a lot of weight and be very unhealthy. But now that I know I only eat one thing each day, one time per day, I think, oh shit, well that's really bad. Alright, we actually got it done though still. Anyway, it actually is like such a fucking, now it's like, well, what am I gonna eat this day? You know what I mean? Or did we not do it? I guess we didn't do it. Fuck. Stanley ran into that. Anyway, ginger beef or a really good roast beef turkey meal. Oh yeah. That's good, you're conscious about that. A lot of people aren't. They're gonna have to be one way or the other, so. Nobody noticed that I fucked up though. Nobody's freaking out. It's gonna be wiped out, so. Wipe it up. You min-maxed eating. Good Carolina barbecue is one of my top foods. Carolina barbecue is the mustard sauce. Like, I love that, right? Is that what that is? That is like my favorite barbecue sauce. How many bronze bullions have we had up until now? I think we should have 5. No, we should have 6, right? Vinegar and mustard, yeah, shit.
I will protect
Yeah, that's. I had that on the barbecue last night.
all of time.
The 7th one would be this week? Oh, really? Texas style barbecue platter with briskets. Okay, that's it. Briskets, ribs, and sausage. Huge fan of the smoke and rub flavors. That sounds really good. I've never had a place that has sausage as barbecue. I was gonna get last night when we went to the barbecue place. I was gonna get they have like you can choose different meats. I was gonna try to get it with like ribs and I wanted to definitely get pulled pork, but I was also gonna get probably brisket. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like brisket. I don't know. Brisket is like steak to me. I feel like it's overrated as shit. Everybody like I even heard somebody ask about it at the restaurant last night, and they're like, "Well, we smoke our brisket for over 12 hours," and the people were like, "I want that." And it's like, but the pork tastes better. Like, okay, great. I'm glad you do that. That's great, but it still tastes like regular rubber meat. It's not very good. Yeah, burnt ends. That's number 1. I love burnt ends, but they don't have that at that restaurant. All right, anyway, that's a bad one on my part. Olderman 13 disband. Let's get it on the sheet. What else we got? We got Shaman, Healer, Paladin, Warlock. It's crazy. No one ever says anything anymore when they abandon a key, just chain levers. Yeah, it's like I said, it's become normalized. Like I said, people are more eager to leave than to succeed. GG, nice try is a very common line in the group chat. If we didn't do the bullion weekly, do you know if we get it from raid bosses? I don't know the answer to that, but I think so. Ribs are expensive though. Like I want to get ribs, but like I said last night at that restaurant, to get a full rack of ribs, it was $32. To get a full thing of pulled pork was $17. I like ribs, but it's like, man, I don't know that I have that kind of money to be spending on that. The 2 extra or 3? Yeah, it was a 2 extra. So you just can't get those. That sucks. $32 is a lot. Yeah. Well, it's like a meal. It's like a platter. You get the pulled pork, you get 2 sides, and you get cornbread. So I mean that's a good deal. But I just meant like the platter with the pulled pork is $17. The platter with the full rack of ribs is $32. So I actually think it was $34 even, actually, but either way. Hall's 14, alright. Wait, what happened? Did I not accept it? I don't know what happened there. Had a super scuffed AV last night. People actually stayed and we timed it. Amazing what you can do when you keep trying to finish the key. Well, that's what I was saying about that warlock. Like, that dude is fucking just drowning in Libra culture. Obviously, based on the fact that he did that shit last season too. But regardless, yeah. That shit is just so, like, you should not be allowed to do that. You should not ever be allowed to leave a key on the first boss because somebody died and say, we are not upgrading this key because of that. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Yeah, and it's one of the easiest timers ever, and the dungeon is actually not, like, there's not a lot of mechanical difficulty to the bosses. It's just all numerical difficulty. Here's a good comment. If the whole point of the mode is overpowered, crazy, short-term fun. Okay, that was the point of this whole mode is crazy, overpowered, short-term fun, right? While I stand by my statement of it just came out, we have 90 days, I figured they would go the route of buffing underperforming stuff instead of nerfing overperforming stuff. Like the lesser charms from frogs, that's one thing that was broken, but bronze and threads and stuff, that just seems weird. A lot of people are blowing things out of proportion. I did normal Heart of Fear and we blitzed it effortlessly. The only people who died were simply standing in mechanics. I will say, scaling of non-class abilities are way off. Like the fight where a player turns into that yellow devil-looking creature, the damage scaling of stuff on that fight is way off. The rocket boots in Ragefire scenario is a good example. It one-shots everything. Barrels and brewery chunk the boss as well. It seems like non-player based abilities are scaled really crazy in player favor that it trivializes content. I thought there was going to be more of that. Okay. I agree. Anyway, I was doing a 5 Algathar and healer died on the tree boss twice and said yeah and left the group. It was his key. It's a tank dungeon to be honest, as long as the DPS can kill crystals. It really, yeah, it feels like the hardest parts of that dungeon are the actual tank mechanics. 3 of the 4 bosses have really dangerous tank mechanics. Hey Diab, what's up buddy? Welcome. A lot of warlocks recently. I love Rep Pally with the legendary. It's so OP. Oh yeah. It's been good DPS wise, but I wouldn't say OP. They're just amazing pick for pugs because how bulky they are. How much, like they have great stops, like very good single target stun, very short CD on that. AoE interrupts, melee interrupt obviously as well. Every once in a while, Wake of Ashes gets some value too.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
No augment rune? Nah, I never use them. Too many deaths in dungeons for it to be valuable. You have to spend a lot of gold per day if you're going to use those every time. Rep Pally is my favorite pug invite ever. Yeah, it's also very easy to play. There's an infinite one. Yeah, that also costs a ton of money. $100K is a lot of money. That's 1/3 of my money right now. So I also don't even have the rep. I was in the double evoker in Nelt yesterday. Sorry about not timing it. We were just getting into the 14 range. Oh no, that was, yeah. That was all good. That fight is actually really hard as the tank, and I'm still learning the best way to deal with it. For what it's worth, that dungeon did teach me a valuable lesson, and I'm just gonna have to not, like we were just talking about this morning, but if I prioritize me living, that means me standing still and not going towards the DPS. Doing that is suboptimal because it makes the phase potentially longer, and especially in a pug may mean it is very longer. But if I do that, I won't ever die. And if I die, we will wipe. Whereas if the phase gets longer, we don't necessarily wipe. It's just suboptimal. So I think from that key I've learned now that I need to prioritize no matter what. Always doing my, like always prioritizing my health there. And then just kind of forcing the DPS to bring the chains to the boss. And if they can do that, then everybody wins. But outside of having like AMS up, I can't really guarantee that I'm going to live when I'm not in range to Deathstrike. The augment rune becomes a toy? Maybe, but it won't work at max level anyway next expansion. I think it benefits DPS more than other two specs anyway. The augment rune. It's just about, yeah, obviously if you have the infinite one, it's obviously better, but just about how many you might need to use per dungeon, especially, like I said, before you get the infinite one. It's not really a justifiable cost. You don't get much stats from it. How many stats do you gain from it? Can't buy an invite to a key today? Oh, really? What key do you have? 86 primary stats, yeah. That's not a lot of DPS increase. It's a food buff equivalent, yep. And the food buff is like a tenth of the cost. The full, like, the permanent augment rune, it was way cheaper in the past, yeah. I don't know why they made it go even higher. I guess because in the past you used to be able to get them easier, so their price was lower. Yeah, you can get them from, like, other stuff that isn't in the game anymore, I guess. Mission table, that's right, I remember that. No, because of WoW coins? What? Talking about WoW tokens? Those were in the game in Shadowlands too. So that's not it.
Beware.
WoW tokens ruin the game? Really? Why? I'd imagine most people would say the exact opposite.
Beware. Beware.
Buying gold is an inexorable problem with this game, but the best thing about the WoW token, it fucking stops the nonsense spam that we used to have all the time. He would be like emailing you or mailing you shit and whispering you shit. It's like, bro. Made it easy for people to buy carries? That's not the issue.
Beware.
You need a lot of WoW tokens to buy these carries that people are buying.
Beware.
WoW token ruined Classic for sure, but for retail it doesn't matter. It ruined Classic? How? There's not even a WoW token in Classic until Wrath, right? I don't think it ruined the game, but it's felt like they do design some things to push people into buying tokens. Yeah, I don't know.
Beware.
There's always been expensive stuff. Think about like Classic Epic Mount, right? It's probably the best example you'll ever get. Look at sites, how many are there? Gold or cash, doesn't matter. Definitely a lot of selling regardless of WoW tokens, yeah. It's a common mistake to think that like the WoW tokens enable these things. They're actually fighting against these things. Because there's a lot of people who are getting scammed and buying shit from these shady ass sources. And then potentially, obviously like they're unhappy, but besides that, they're also like blaming Blizzard for it. Like I was shocked to hear how many WoW, how many tickets in WoW were dealing with things that were against the terms of service. Like when I went to the Blizzard headquarters, we got to learn about a lot of the different day-to-day things that bottleneck Blizzard's like work hours. And the craziest one was the tickets. How many man hours they have to sink into dealing with tickets. And yeah, we saw like the distribution of tickets. It was like people asking for stuff that is not in the game anymore. People asking to get refunds on scams, like all this shit. It's like just a complete waste of hours, and yet they, you know, they can't not deal with them. So I'd imagine that was probably the biggest reason they made the WoW token. Gathering professions make no money because bots can farm them. Is that the main reason? I think the main reason is the global auction house, honestly. Shadowlands and the legendary forced me to buy WoW tokens for the first time. Oh, really? Did you have your Epic Mountain Classic? Yeah, they didn't make you buy tokens. You just chose the easiest route. Yep.
Beware.
It's like legalizing drugs, right? How do you feel about that? What are you guys' thoughts on that? Do you think legalizing drugs makes drug-related deaths lower, or? Nothing in this game forces you to buy tokens. It's just the easiest way to get gold. Right, and in the past you could have just bought gold from illegal people from China, which was extremely common back in the day. Blizzard could also make the legendary not 200k at the start of the season. Why would they, though? I mean, they clearly want there to be gold sinks in the game, so why would they?
Beware.
Like, they did the opposite, right? Like, they chose to do that. No. In the beginning of the expansion, the prices of all the like the vendor mats were really, really high, you remember?
Beware.
I don't necessarily agree that players made it that expensive now. For most of the other stuff in the game, like, yeah, I agree, but...
Beware.
You can spend money on tokens to save time grinding. That's what I'm saying, though. There's always been gold sinks in the game. Right? Are you disagreeing with that or agreeing with that? Do you disagree with the concept that there's always been gold sinks in the game? People who don't want to buy drugs legally would then buy them legally, and the addiction problem would get way worse. I've heard both sides of this argument, but I do feel like a legal drug is way healthier. Because, like, the number... Like, I don't know anything about it, obviously. I'm not a fucking DEA agent or something.
Beware.
But I know a lot of people who have died from fentanyl overdoses when they did not intend to take fentanyl. And so, at the very least, legalizing heroin or whatever they're trying to buy would cause there to not be any fentanyl overdoses.
Beware.
Or at the very least, it helps that problem, but I don't know much. I think it's fine to be legal, but the lacking of education about drugs is the issue. I wouldn't say that's the issue. Legal drugs would make it safer and not having to find it through backwater channels. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people get, like, murdered over drugs, too. Why are you only doing 14s and not 20s? Do you not know about the changes?
Let us see who can be rid of the most first.
I'll burn them to ash before ye ever get a chance to blow.
I'm wrong, or is Seattle drug-free? You're wrong, yeah. doing free drugs. I misread that. I don't know anything about that. Decriminalizing drugs is probably a good step. Not sure about legalizing them. But what I mean is, like, when it gets legalized, like, look at alcohol, right? I mean, we already have the fucking answer to this question. We already know, we have historical precedent for this already in the United States. Look at what happened with Prohibition. Now, I think most people's knee-jerk reaction to that statement is, yes, but alcohol is way less addictive and way less dangerous. But it's not. Like, if you look at the actual stats, more people die from alcohol-related deaths than any other drug. And that's partially because it's legal, I get it. But still, it's a very dangerous drug, and people misuse it very heavily. And I do think, like, you see, like, as soon as Prohibition became a thing and they try to get rid of it, people start abusing that, and then we have a massive problem that needs to be rectified. So I think at worst, you know, it would solve a lot of the overdosing deaths. Like, will people still ruin their lives by taking drugs? Yeah, definitely. But if you have actual companies who are federally regulated creating these drugs, then it solves a lot of the weird problems that happen with people who take drugs now. I think if we can operate as a society with legal alcohol use, we should make drugs controlled. Yeah, that's the way I look at it too. I would happily deal with drunks on a daily basis over junkies. Yeah, I mean, I get that point of it too, but I'm just saying, like, alcohol is definitely something that probably should be illegal. If if marijuana is illegal, why the fuck is alcohol not? Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, those two things are simply corrupt. Like, that is simply corrupt. But anyway, you can't ensure that people would actually buy the legal drug. It's just like the WoW token, though. We just talked about this. Them creating the legal drug means that no longer, like, the Chinese farmers don't exist now, you know? They're totally pushed out of the market. If the government controls both the prices and the acquisition and the distribution, then the people who are fucking, because, like, let's be serious here, like, if you're selling fucking something laced with fentanyl, you are simply doing it for profit at best. Or you're a fucking mass murderer, one of the two. I have no idea why this is happening and why this is still happening all these years later. But at best, you are a greedy motherfucker who is just trying to steal somebody's money, right? Because there's no reason to be doing this. Otherwise, it's not the drug that you're trying to sell. So if the companies, you know, are oversighted and regulated, then that takes that out of the equation entirely. If they're, like, now forced to do certain things with their product, then you completely, like, eliminate that. We only give a fuck about money. We don't care that you're dying by taking this. That totally takes that out of the equation. Drugs are prevalent everywhere. It would be a net boon to make it safer and legal. Yep. When we talk about legalizing drugs, I feel like weed is the best example. Well, that's already, like, yeah, that's already being heavily pushed. But, like, I think a lot of people do, like, if there was better ways for them to potentially deal with their addiction, like, if they're addicted to, like, heroin or something like that, it would be way better for their potential life, you know what I mean? Like, for them saving their life, let's put it that way. I think if it was not illegal, the likelihood that they die from this addiction is way, way lower. But again, not a DEA agent or something. I don't know the stats on these things. It has to do with the values the culture promotes. Cannabis is still illegal federally because it promotes lack of productivity and doesn't have anything to do with what's the most harmful. Where'd you read that? I don't know that that's why cannabis is illegal. Granted, I've only heard it discussed from biased sources, but cannabis appears to be illegal because of a very influential lobbying case a long time ago. If we could help people with drug addictions by providing clean substances, I'm all for that. Yeah, there's a lot of value in that, I think. Most places in the world provide these legal drugs free as part of a rehabilitation course. Oh, really?
Run away, little girl.
Did you just charge at the boss? Yeah, he's a legendary. Yeah. Nicotine goes far too back in history for it to be illegal. Right, and so does alcohol. That's what I'm saying. I mean, so do opioids.
Beware.
That's how drugs are classified, how harmful they are to the consumer. Right, like Schedule 1 or whatever that is. I don't know that, but either way, it's not necessarily about that. It's just like there's a lot of bullshit about certain drugs that aren't necessarily facts. Like saying that too is really silly. Lack of productivity and doesn't have anything to do with the most harmful. Who's making that decision? Some fucking politician who's eating fucking checks, taking your fucking tax money and not doing anything.
Beware.
I'm really worried about his opinion on what I do with my money. Decriminalize opioid dens. Bring back laudanum. I've been saying this for years. Yeah, what is laudanum? That sounds really familiar. And when you say decriminalize, I don't fully understand what that word means.
Beware.
Does that mean like you can't be arrested for owning it, only for selling it or something? Is it true that painkillers in the US have opioids? It's true that opioids are painkillers. So yes.
Beware.
Was an opioid tincture problem popular from the 1600s? I just don't know what it does. It helps keep people like wean off addiction, like methadone or whatever.
Beware.
Had some hard-hitting conversations today, huh? Holy shit. That fear actually helped us really nice there. The total accident, I'd imagine, but I mean, stop treating it as a criminal offense. I still don't really understand that though. Like, so what's I guess what my confusion is like, what's the difference between what was said before, like making it legal versus decriminalizing it? Is that not the exact same thing? It sounds like the exact same thing to me, so I don't understand what that means. It's just a drug, a way of ingesting opioids. Decriminalize just means no criminal consequences. It means you don't create the regulatory apparatus for the sale of the drugs. Oh, okay. But legalizing it and decriminalizing it are the same word? Like, I don't know the difference of those words.
Beware.
Who would legalize drugs first? A Horde or Alliance? A Horde would definitely. Drugs are already legal in the Alliance. You know what trolls are? You decriminalize possession. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought the main topic of that was. You want the ownership of it to not be illegal, just like alcohol in that situation. But selling it and manufacturing it is illegal.
Beware.
In Norway, you get it if you die of cancer or something. You don't need opioids for painkillers. Right, but I was just saying all opioids are painkillers, so that's what I was saying. Like, there's a lot of different ways to have painkillers work, but opioids are, I guess, the most effective way. I don't know.
Let me show ya the power of the elements!
Beware.
If you want to learn more about why the situation in America is so dire with opioids, you got to look up the story of the Sackler family. As I would say it maybe doesn't start with them, but it certainly is when things got out of control. People are absolute monsters. Yeah, I mean the fact that they're not in prison is insane. What about can it kill you? Yeah, yep. That was really close to being a big issue there. They made a TV series. I'm sure there's a lot of different stuff on them by now, but when a drug company starts counting profits in the trillions with a T, you know there's something out of whack. Yeah. When they start bragging about making money and killing people at the same time, you know, yeah. The world's in a bad place.
Beware.
Me dipping into that Spirit Link was like so huge there. Pretty sure there's a consensus of decriminalizing most nonviolent crime. Sentencing needs massive reform. The culpable mental state requirement needs to be modernized. It's just a massive task, yeah, no doubt. Maybe some should show them the power of the elements. This healer's cranking. Yeah, 450k on this fight, and everybody's still kind of low. Top heal is chain heal.
Beware.
You guys and you're saying chain heal is bad. I don't know. Don't know what world you're living in. 24 million with chain heal. One blessing of sacrifice, dude. Jesus Christ. Here we go. Your rune buff is going out? Yeah, I know. Nah, we're not gonna need that. Are you gonna drink or what? You're just gonna complain? No, you're not gonna drink? Okay, cool. Why would you not drink? Yeah, that guy said, I need you to use sacrifice. He said, no thanks. Healer run the primordial wave talent? I don't know. You can look him up on Raider.io if you want to see it. could never live in the States. I broke my foot this winter and paid around £300 for everything, including 1.5 weeks of hospital and ambulance. Wow. Ambulance here would be 10 times that on its own.
Fools! Do you not see what that wretch Tyr has done?
Run away, little girl.
That all would be free in the UK. Oh, really? That actually sounds expensive. If that happened to me, I would probably be out of pocket nothing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that. I don't know. I don't really understand it. Like, why? You pay, like, taxes for it, don't you? Is that how it's free? I don't understand how it's free. Like, where do the doctors and the staff make money? Like, who pays the bills of the hospitals? You pay health insurance? No, I mean in the UK.
Elemental will cleanse the waters.
It's not free. You have to pay taxes. That's why I'm asking. Like, yeah, I don't know. Mandatory health insurance paid by taxes. Okay. So, like, if you never had to go to the hospital, like I've never been in the hospital once, I would have lost an enormous. What the? This guy doesn't fucking care about man, I guess. All right, cool. So, like, I would have lost an enormous amount of money at this point, right? Because of that. Single payer, basically. Everyone pays for it. Everyone gets to use it. Yeah, but if you don't use it, then you just lose your money like crazy, right? Taxes and deductions, but yeah, it's easy to see the difference when you compare defense and military spending. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Obviously, an ambulance doesn't cost $5,000 here. It's billed as $5,000 because our insurance company systems. Single payer would solve the massive inflation of cost that makes the bill so expensive. I don't know if I understand what you mean. Oh, cool, another guy died to this easy phase. But I do know, like, for example, that like when my dad had his foot surgery, it was $60,000 and they accepted $6,000 from the insurance. So I'm not really understanding like the difference there or how it's gotten to that point or why insurance has made it that way. Considering they're not actually being paid the amount that they're asking for anyway. That was always the confusing part to me. Oh, no. We're not doing this shit again. Or cool, we'll just wipe through this fight. The healer's fucking not even here. This key is, yeah, actually unupgradable. Pretty crazy. You guys are set to time this. It literally every pull of this boss this week has been this kind of failure. Somebody dies to the fucking easy shit. It's really weird. And the guy who died to the easy shit says clown shit in chat. Still timeable, maybe? No, no shot. Now it's 1 DPS. Hopefully he's talking about himself, but you never know anymore. The red, he should use sacrifice. Red, I need sacrifice for this one. Let's see what he says. Your joke is good, yeah. If you never need to use the doctors, you're out of pocket and would be better to live in the US. If you are unlucky and need something serious, you're probably better off living in EU. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. But this also means that you can retire whenever you want in the EU, right? How does that actually work? Oh god. I'm dead. When I had my spinal surgery, it cost my insurance $100K. I didn't pay a dime, yeah. But you paid a lot into the insurance. That's what I'm trying to like understand how much. Because like obviously everybody pays for insurance here too, but like how much is it compared to the EU stuff? Because it feels like we're getting less value for our insurance. That's why I was asking. Like if you pay $500 a month in EU, did you get $500 worth of value in the US? The price of medical service is wildly lower in EU? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. There's no way anyone leaves. It's the last boss. It's too late, yeah. Also, there isn't the industry of middlemen to take their wages. Right, no doubt. I don't understand. You got a ninja lol? People are salty. Yeah, welcome to WoW. Most people don't even wind up paying anything for their insurance here because the money for it comes from taxes. Right, and that's what I was asking though, because like I've heard it's a lot. Like I talked to Arno about this years ago. I don't know. That question is so... I don't even know what to say to that. I'm dual EU and US citizen. You can't do anything other than drink wine and eat cured meat in like 70% of those countries. What the hell? See, in Canada, not only does the government pay for everything, but they are actually the ones who define the prices, so hospitals can't charge $100. Right, yeah. Since there is no actual insurance companies involved, that further lowers the actual cost. Yeah, I see now. I see. Do people in the UK pay more taxes each year than US citizens? That's what well, I don't know. That's what I was asking, but I don't know. It's too difficult to get a clear-cut answer on regardless. Because we still pay taxes regardless. But I don't know exactly like how much the tax differential is. Like, I don't know. It's too difficult to analyze. But I'd imagine if somebody who doesn't need the healthcare system much at all lives in the US, they save money. I would imagine that. But I don't know that for sure. The famous red text. Yeah, I haven't seen that in an incredibly long time. Alright, one more today, then we're done for the week. Actually, you want to look at that one more time. Because I'm not convinced what these guys are saying happened. It only does that if you're on the same server as the guy. I pay about 35% in Toronto, and that includes health insurance. 35%. Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, it's all good. I appreciate you guys having that conversation without getting heated over it. It's something I'm very curious about because I, in theory, think that the European and Canadian system is better, but I think there's more to it than just it's better, you know? Okay, so this guy dies to literally nothing. I pay 0 tax. Depends on your income level. See, most people in Canada don't actually pay much, if any, income tax since they are under the level needed for it. You don't pay tax? What? It's because you don't have income, right? Is that why? That would be the case here, too. We're not talking about people who aren't, like, yeah. So this is the one that gets the cast off, isn't it? Yep. And then that one, too. So 2 of them got the cast off, first of all. So, fact-checking the statement of it being a one-shot. Not even fucking close to a one-shot. And considering our healer and our paladin aren't here. Wait, why is the paladin not here, too? Does he go and fucking battle res that guy? Okay, fuck off. If you think that's my fault after that, wow. Okay, you guys are fucking crazy. Alright, thanks anyway. Next key, let's get this on the sheet and then put it on the span sheet. You get brought down. You get brought to the fucking floor. He doesn't need to go back to battle res him. You get brought to the floor. Unbelievable. Okay. That's just a mutual, whatever. Let's say toxic. Toxic disband after wiping to last boss due to many deaths and mistakes and a lack of interrupts because I gripped a feared mob. That's fine. How do you share the sheet for viewing? Do you share it? Yep, it's in the description. Ironic, the shaman who rushes to start the fight can't handle the mechanics. Yeah, that dude literally pulled the boss. I have no idea why he doesn't want to drink. I guess he just knows he doesn't need to, but... Strange stuff going on in this game. Alright, last key will be a nice, quick Ultimate, hopefully. Median UK salary is £3,400, £34,000, and the take-home pay is $28,000. Gotcha. Because like right now, there's like a lot of taxes and shit, but I don't know that, like, you know what I mean? I don't know that adding the healthcare thing would change much because a lot of money gets taken out for insurance anyway here. So like I'm actually wondering, like, straight up, like, if that system existed in the United States, would it change the amount people are paying? I don't know. I think the big thing that Cop brought up, and that is probably the biggest difference, is that because the federal government regulates the medical field, they can't charge as much as they do. Thus, insurances can't charge as much as they do. And in general... This guy's also going to golf. Look, I just realized my tea time is in an hour. I won't have time to run and drive there. Obviously not. Anyway, yeah. I think that's the biggest difference between the two systems. Not necessarily the fact that, you know, like, things are not necessarily free because of the system. They're free because the government intervened. I feel like a lot of American taxes go towards military, more than other countries at least, but probably doesn't make up a large chunk in a grand scheme. I don't actually, does it tell you what they go for? I don't know, because I've never really, like, I worked at a regular job for such little time that I'm actually totally unaware of what the amount of taxes I get taken out are. Like, now that I pay, like, quarterlies, I just send the check in. Like, I have no idea where the money goes. With half mana, you can do it, assuming he's getting crits. I don't know. That guy's a great healer. Like, he's a very good healer. So he had no issues healing, but his attitude was very bad. Especially trying to blame me for that. Like, when two people aren't down there, two fucking players, you being one of them, are not there, and you're saying I did something wrong, bro. Even if we fought one, that cast was going off. We had two people there. Like, that's... Come on, man. What the fuck? You can't be down there that late. That's ridiculous. That's a huge error. Assuming no changes to the actual gameplay, systems are made. Yeah.
Mythra, have you and Maratos made contact with the holdout Drakthir settlements?
I feel like the only way to fix Mythic Plus quitting is simply remove the timer. No, there's definitely... That's definitely not happening one way or the other, but there's way better ways to fix it than that. Western countries must pray for tech to be so revelatory and lucrative that they can continue to grow from Peter to pay Paul. Borrow from Peter to pay Paul. Bulk of money is from being global middlemen, and the role is fading. It's a very strong statement. I don't even understand how strong it is. How can they fix it? I have multiple videos on this now. We literally just talked about it too at the beginning of the stream, but TLDR, make a currency or make a system that encourages you to finish keys more than just score. Right now, the only reason people do keys is score. You need to change that. You don't think they'll ever remove the timer? It's not. That's not Mythic Plus if they remove the timer, right? How does Mythic Plus work without the timer currently? That'd be like a different system altogether if they did that. That's why I always get frustrated when I pair one of those mobs and the tank instantly turns and practically kills themselves IRL to aggro. Well, it's... Yeah, I think, like, the next step of that conversation, if it continued, was me reminding him and everybody else who played this game in season 2 that we used to fight all 4 constantly, because you did not have the time for that. So yeah, things were missed, unfortunate, but you know why they were missed? Because there was only 3 fucking players there.
That holds a disc of Keeper Tyr's memories. Find that disc and bring it back to me. It may contain the knowledge we need to regain our strength.
Run away, little girl.
Well, press even on a deplete would be a harmless change to make. It would be harmless, and it would also be benefitless. That would, oh my god, man. That would not change a single thing about the system. Nobody really does keys for gear, that's the problem. Maybe there could be a cosmetic mount? Nah, that's cosmetics, that's the wrong direction. You don't want to start encouraging people to do keys for things that aren't progression based. Like, it has to be gear at least, because at least that helps your progression. If you encourage people to do keys simply for shit that's not progression based, then you're gonna have a bunch of casuals like trying to do shit that they're definitely not supposed to be doing. Maybe they could leave it that lots of damage from that pull. Oh yeah, it's because I got hit by like every single fucking mechanic. That makes you take more damage when you get hit by fucking stun 3 times. Yeah, you don't want to encourage people who are only there to collect mounts and transmogs to do very hard content. That's like basically like the conversation we've been having about them changing keys to be more difficult at an early stage. That's like the opposite of that, you know? Like, we want the difficulty to be high from the ground up. So players who are like not 100% sure what they're getting themselves into are not getting carried and getting stuck in hard keys like hours and hours into their progress. So you adding systems that are not progression driven is just going to funnel more and more people into that situation, and we want to do the opposite. Maybe there's a blacksmith, etc. you go to, all the gear can only be upgraded past a certain point. Either way, gear won't work. People do not do keys for gear. As you can see in a week 1 and 2 when we're still having constant disbands. The big thing is score, and you just need to make it so score is not the only reason to play for these people. Is there any way to make use of all that overall from Blood Decay? All that overhealing. No, not really. You overheal because you use Death Strike for more than just offense. Or more than just defense, I mean. You use it for offense too. What is even happening right now? Okay, that's really bad. As we know, earlier in the week, we are very prone to dying now that we lost Purgatory. I get hit by it again? I don't even know what that was.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
You think they will ever make a change? Yes. They basically already said they're considering it. So now we just need to see what choice they make.
Robot, the chief here. Gonna smash you. Frogs, fight for your
I have like dozens of videos on this topic now, so sorry if it seems like I'm being short to it, but it's like talked about so frequently over the years that it feels like I'm just going over the same thing every time we talk about it. Nothing new has really come to light in this conversation since Legion. There's just new people added to the conversation constantly, and a lot of them haven't really like gotten to the same point of thinking about it as others have. So I'm talking about stuff that people already understood back in Legion before it became a big issue. I think they will make a change. Too many people asking for it, expecting it to be a central point of the next expansion. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing it next expansion. I'm hoping to see it. What about you if your score is lowered if you leave a key? Yeah, that won't work. That one's usually one that you guys haven't thought through fully. Like, how do you gain score if the only way to get score is from upgrading keys that you haven't done already, and you can still lose score. Like, you'll never, like, literally, because like right now we disband more keys than we upgrade by double, so like we would literally be at 0 score right now.
Fight for your chief.
I like my simple key can't go lower than from your weekly vault. That would be a great choice. That would be a very, very good start. It won't stop leaving at all, but it will make it so the punishment from putting up your key is way lessened. And I think that would make me a lot happier than a lot of these other suggestions. Because then I would never feel like I can't do my own key. I wouldn't feel anywhere near as bad about doing my own key, and it would be a lot easier to progress. But if your weapon item level upgrades were gated behind a certain number of completions? Either way, gear is not, like, yeah, gear is not going to help these conversations, because as you see, almost nobody cares about gear. And when you bring up gear, even when you're literally on the last boss of a dungeon, even though we just spent 20 minutes in the dungeon, the most common response is, you can just go do a low key if you want gear. It's like, I'm already in the dungeon at the last boss. What are you talking about? Why would I go do a different dungeon to get something that if you guys just stay for 5 more minutes I can get? Clearly, gear is not even remotely, like, it's so far off the conversation point for some of these people that they say nonsensical bullshit like that. It's easy to get score. You join groups that I make that focus on completion and do them so you're good enough to time it. Huh? I want them to make dungeons harder and replace all fixes with actual fun buffs that are necessary to complete the dungeon. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen, but I wouldn't be opposed to that happening if it did happen. I do honestly think though, if they brought back out of time keys giving score, oh, absolutely, yeah. Multiple changes Blizzard have made recently have made this problem worse too, on top of everything else. That gets me the most. You already spent 20 to 30 minutes in the dungeon, just kill the last boss. Yeah, like, I don't understand why you wouldn't, honestly. It's really weird. Especially in that case there, like, where are you going? We're literally at the last boss.
I have a quiver full of swords, and I know how to throw them. Beware.
For the world record, how many times you get hit by that in one dungeon? Beware. Sanguine, I forgot all about it. Alright, good. I thought keys were overall more enjoyable when you had a party buff after killing a mob. Yeah, I mean, I liked it too. I preferred the way the seasonal fix works, but like I said, like, fixes are not there to be easy. They're there to be challenging. That's like the express consent of them, right? So it's, you know, to change them to be all good instead of bad requires a full redesign of how the system works. And I don't necessarily think it shouldn't happen or couldn't happen, but I do think most people suggesting that haven't fully thought about what that would mean. Like, for example, right now, people obsess over meta, right? Like, everybody agrees with that. So if a Shadow Priest is theoretically like 3% better than a Rep Pally, DPS-wise, What's going to happen when all the affixes empower your DPS? Right? What happens when the spec that is barely hanging on now doesn't get as much value from the affix somehow? Now they're totally non-viable. Like, now it's actually getting to the point where they're non-viable. Because you're asking the group's damage to not be the main way you succeed in timer. Like, right? Because that comment was like, I want the content to be way, way harder, and the only way you can do it is by maximizing the buffs, right? Well, then that now also means maximizing the buffs on the specs you're bringing doubly as much as what it is now, you know? Potentially, depending on how severe you think that should change. And so this sounds great in a vacuum, but then you remember that Mythic Plus is constantly in a state of tremendous imbalance, and the likelihood of it being even more imbalanced with that system, like, it gets even higher, you know? The chance of it being more and more imbalanced goes up. And maybe a lot of people don't care about this, but like, yeah, I think like the number one thing that Blizzard should be doing is trying to balance things better. Not like, I don't even think like the number one thing should be leaving Mythic Plus. I think the number one issue with Mythic Plus is balancing things better, because it is a problem for every single player at every single level. So, yeah, inviting more and more imbalance in is not healthy, or not something I would support regardless. Falling asleep in my chair? Alright, see, man. Hope you feel better. What? The boss just got aggro. Why is he stunned already? What the fuck? Okay. Oh, he didn't put in. I don't know how that happened. I'd like to see a more even distribution of party utilities. Too many classes are completely useless in certain dungeons. Yeah, but that's just WoW, right? Like, what do you do other than homogenize shit like crazy? Give less to every comp and CR or buff engineering. Yeah, so you're basically just saying like you want everything to be homogenized like crazy. I don't want that. It is still an RPG at the end of the day, even though it doesn't feel like it at times. I think warriors are a huge outlier. But other than that, I don't really feel like there's any huge outliers. Things are pretty balanced in terms of utility because there's a lot of different value from the utility. But warriors is definitely a huge outlier. Your trader tenders upon completion of a key. We've already addressed that. The last 2 seasons, tank meta has been all around utility. Right. That's pretty much what we're saying here. I'm okay not having utility. Oh, let's go, yeah. If we did good damage, but red exists, yeah. Warrior's a big outlier for now.
Beware. Beware. Unworthy foe. I will protect.
Hey, it worked.
Secrets for all of time.
I actually successfully shadow melded something. Meld 1 bosses 302. Yep, pretty much. That's probably actually not even, that's not even the right number. That's probably way too low. You can easily time this key if you play without a hunter in the group. Why? You can easily time this key with a hunter too. Just need people to stay alive and do the fights.
Keeper tier secrets will be protected.
Beware.
Just invite 3 rets. That would certainly make the last boss a lot easier. Yeah, definitely not a hunter issue there.
Beware. Run away, little girl.
This is a great example of why healing is so hard right now. It doesn't matter how you play if people don't use defensives and interrupts. Yeah, see, that's not a good example of why healing is so hard. That's a good example of why pugging is so hard. You actually just, like, you basically said, you answered your own question there. Like, if other players don't do what they're supposed to do, then yes, rolls are difficult. That's true about tanking too. And that's a pug problem, not a healing problem, right? As in good groups and coordinated groups, you'd be able to say like, hey, I need you to do this. And they would do it. Why are we just like randomly stunning this? I don't understand what's going on there.
Beware.
You will go no further.
Beware.
So many circles, right? We stun them like randomly a bunch here, so. Warlock has it down, I guess. I do love that the knockback is physical, so you can randomly dodge it. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that you can dodge it.
Stop where you are.
No, my pet's gonna interrupt this. Oh, his pet just randomly interrupts it too. Okay. Hunter just dodged it. Oh, cool. You sure he didn't use turtle though? Because his turtle has a 3-minute CD right now, so I think he might use turtle. Brewmaster is almost immune to that knockback. Why? That time he dodged it? Okay.
Beware.
He dodge a lot. Oh, I see.
From existence. Must regain strength.
Beware.
Well, I can also be knocked back immune, but not necessarily dodge the actual damage, so that's cool.
Memories are not for you.
Some kind of library. Hey, what now? All I see are books.
Maybe we can find a few treasure maps. We'll have a look while you go on ahead.
Oh, fuck, didn't mean to press that. That's a huge issue. Huge error. See, that Nox just did 90% of people's HP on a 13. How are people doing this on a 20? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have no idea. I guess it's avoidance. Can you use avoidance? They also stun it more than needed. It's gonna get to 5 stacks no matter what. It got to 5 stacks sooner than it did, but I think you can do that fight without it getting to 5 stacks, right? Romac or whatever her name is, a 6-minute fight on 19 last night on stream I was watching. Really? That's a long ass fight. How the fuck do you upgrade that key with a 6-minute fight? They must just fight every other trash mob together, huh? This key still timeable? If I had to guess, I would say no. Damage is not. Not very good. As you can see on the screen here. As a demon hunter, you basically pulled the whole beginning in one pull. So do people not use the buff anymore? Like to... In season 2, it was like prevailing. Like that was a huge part of the success rate of the dungeon. They leave one pack for each boss? Oh, there's not that many packs, so what else do they pull?
Beware.
How's Blood been feeling this season? Hey, Germbeck, what's up, buddy? To me, it's been great, but yeah, obviously Vengeance is just better.
Beware.
This is a common issue. I don't know if you guys saw what happened here, but the pack got aggroed, and I didn't realize it was aggroed until a second too late. And because of that, the healer had threat on the protector. This protector actually hits the target of threat with this ability. It's not just like on the tank or random or something. So he one-shot the healer with that. This happens pretty frequently. Because that hits that hard, and obviously it's going to one-shot anybody it hits that isn't a tank.
Beware.
A lot of the declines on Blood are with the argument that I don't bring Chaos Brand. Really? You having conversations with people about that? I can't imagine anybody's declining me for a 5% magic damage buff, or maybe. Feels like there'd be a lot more to consider than just that. As Brute, I bring Mystic Touch, but it's not as valuable, right? In the way the meta's going now, it's not really that valuable. Yeah, let's say the sigils and the rest of the utility kit is far more valuable. Honestly, I do feel like this season I was right about saying this season is not going to have anywhere near as much interrupt requirement as it did in season 3. Season 3's interrupt requirement was insane, and this one's high, but not ridiculous. Demon Hunter is only top tier because they can mass pull and CC. Yeah, I would say that that's the big reason. In a pug, I can see the sigils being an issue, but you can make almost every pull work in terms of CC with other tanks. Oh, yeah, well. I guess if you're not pugging, that's different, but... Healer struggling here? Yeah, this is not even a hard pack. We just got a little unlucky. But that's that. Good way to end the week, I guess. Alderman one more time.
Beware.
Alright, let's get in the sheet, then I'm out.
Beware.
Pug if you have coordination. Either way, all good. Alright, Alderman 13, so... That's... Did we ever even finish that dungeon this week? Is that like 100% disband rate this week? I definitely want to look at the stats. Oh, did you see this guy's name too? I just realized his name, man. What if people are so childish? Anyway, yeah, that hunter was kind of getting carried there too. Almost 100, yeah. Oh. Almost a full 100k left in the warlock. I passed out for 4 hours. Oh yeah, are you feeling better? That's how the guy I knew who had the stomach problems, he was just super low energy. Okay. Call that mutual, it's fine. Stomach, yes. Body, no. Achy and tired. Gotcha. Good luck on your 9 holes. Thank you. Anyway, before we go, I want to look at the stats for this week. Yeah, 71% disband rate week. Only upgraded 17% of the keys we did. That's actually, I mean... We actually upgraded more keys than we depleted or completed. I guess that's pretty common though. Yeah, that's very common now, sadly. 71% is brutal. I don't know how you do it. Well, I mean, it's partially because it's my primary income to do stuff like this, but it's definitely not always fun. It was an easy choice yesterday when I wasn't feeling good to stop playing after all those spans and failures. But anyway, I am off. Thank you guys. I got to go golf, so I will see you guys on Tuesday now, and hopefully next week will be better. But stay tuned. We got a lot of stuff on the second channel. Mop remix coming out, and then hopefully we'll get back to that and keep going. So thanks for watching. We will see you guys in the next one.